Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for joining us this evening. So this is a Nampa City Council meeting, and as we get started today, we do have a tradition here, and that is that we open in prayer. And I appreciate Pastor Dan Manchek to come from Good News Church. Thank you for opening us in prayer tonight, and let's stand.
Okay. So, dear Heavenly Father, God Almighty, the only God, the creator of all, like Psalm 103:8 tells us, the Lord is compassionate and merciful, slow to anger, and filled with unfailing love. We come before you today to seek you, Lord, to seek your will, to seek your blessing upon our city government and upon our city. We thank you that we live in a city that values and honors families, and we just pray, Lord, where there is disagreement, there would be respect and honor given to each side. We thank you that we live in a city that values and honors the U.S. Constitution, that we believe is inspired by you, Lord. We pray for all who serve in our city, our mayor, our city council, our first responders, police, teachers, clergy, medical professionals, volunteers, and all who live and work in our city. We pray for families, for all who serve, and we pray your blessing upon all the families of the city of Nampa. We pray that the standard of our city at every level would be truth and love. We pray for justice in our city, and wherever there is injustice, corruption, or crimes, it would be brought to the light, that justice would be blind, and we pray for justice for the victims. 2 Chronicles 7:14 tells us, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and restore their land. We pray to you humbly, our Lord God, that you would heal and bring restoration to our land and all the people. We appeal to you and we repent of our sins as a people. We pray for healing and restoration for individuals, families, our schools, our churches, and neighborhoods. We pray for spiritual, emotional, physical, mental, and relational healing over our city and all its people. We pray that you would set people free of drugs, addiction, and all that has bound them. Jeremiah 29:7 says, but seek the welfare of the city where I've sent you, and pray to the Lord on its behalf. For its welfare, you will find your welfare. We pray for the peace for individuals through our Lord Jesus Christ. We pray for the peace, your peace in families. We pray against violence in our cities and our streets. We pray, Lord, for peace everywhere, Lord, where families meet, like parks and grocery stores and wherever people congregate. We pray your safety and protection over our city. We pray against hate in our city. Hating people is not from you, but is evil and demonic. We pray against any violence at every level and for healing for all the victims. We pray for your welfare and blessing upon our city. We pray for children, for families, for marriages. We pray for schools and businesses to prosper, and we pray for people to thrive and flourish. We pray your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Pastor Dan, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Chingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Okay, I believe we do have amendments to the agenda. And Shar, would you like to mention the amendments to our agenda?
Madam Mayor, so what was, as you can look at your agenda, it was amended today at 1:30, and what we did is we added on the consent agenda some more alcohol license, one new and I believe 3 renewals, so you can find those on 1-8, and that was L, M, N, and O, and they are identified as late submittals. And then we also added a new business item, 7-12, which is to confirm the results from the Canyon County elections.
Thank you so much for going over that. So beyond those, council, do you have any other requested amendments to the agenda as presented? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the amended agenda as stated.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided in the packet.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, just have a few pages of this. We do have a proclamation this evening, and this is Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And Jeannie Strohmeyer is here, and actually Patrice Harris, maybe. Is Patrice going to be the one speaking? Patrice, I'll read this as you come forward, and then I'll let you speak to us. And thank you so much for being here. Jeannie, thank you also. Whereas older adults deserve to be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and vital participating members of our communities. And whereas in 2006, the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse in support of the United Nations International Plan of Action proclaimed a day to recognize the significance of elder abuse as a public health and human rights issue. And whereas the City of Nampa and the Nampa Family Justice Center recognize the importance of taking action to raise awareness, prevent, and address elder abuse. And whereas 2024 marks the 18th annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, its recognition will promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older adults. And whereas our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to think about our collective needs and future as a nation. And whereas ageism and social isolation are major causes of elder abuse in the United States, whereas recognizing that it is up to all of us to ensure that proper social structures exist so people can retain community and societal connections, reducing the likelihood of abuse. And whereas preventing elder abuse or abuse of older adults through maintaining and improving social supports like senior centers, human services, and transportation will allow everyone to continue to live as independently as possible and contribute to the life and vibrancy of our communities. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim June 2024 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month. The City of Nampa recognizes every citizen of our great community to build safer lives and a safe community for our elderly residents. Thank you so much for being here. Patrice, what would you like to share with us?
Thank you. I am Patrice, and I am an advocate for the Nampa Family Justice Center. And we serve those that have been abused, elders that have been abused. And I wanted to thank you, Mayor, and City Council, and all community members for the support that they give to the Justice Center, so we're allowed to assist those that have been victims of elder abuse. Some of the abuses that we see daily that we assist with are financial exploitation, which is rising extremely fast. And as you know, as AI begins, it's going to intensify. Neglect, emotional, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and abandonment. And we're seeing a lot of the abandonment also. Family members just leaving them to kind of fend for themselves. So our mission is to promote safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing for those that have been abused. The stats say 1 in 10 of elders are abused, but I believe that is extremely low from our experience when we go out and educate the system, especially when we talk with elders. They start asking us questions after the presentations, and, oh, that happened to me. Oh, I didn't know I had a voice. Oh, I didn't know that somebody could be responsible for treating me that way. So I really, truly believe that it's a higher. And if we think of this topic, and I so appreciate the city supporting us in bringing this recognition and awareness of elder abuse. But by the year 2034, there will be more elders in the United States than children. So this is a topic that involves all of us. In most of the elder abuse cases that we see, it's usually by a long relationship of trust that the abuser comes from. Not always, sometimes they're strangers, but oftentimes it's children and grandchildren that are doing the abuse. Just like domestic violence, our elder abuse is centered around power, control, and manipulation. And they're threatened and manipulated into many things. We try to bring back their dignity, their voice, and their independence when they come to us, that they may have hope and healing back in their lives that had been taken away from them. Many of the elders that I speak with feel like they're invisible in our community. And so having this awareness, we so appreciate bringing that about. Some of the things that, how can we help? We have flyers that we have at the center that give you questions to ask for elders. Just one or two. Is someone making you feel unsafe or afraid? Does someone yell, threaten you, or manipulate you? So we have flyers to educate for business and community members. We also have Elder Awareness Abuse Walk that we do every year. We'd like to invite you as City Council, community members. It's on the 21st of June at 11 o'clock. We'll begin at the Napa Family Justice Center and walk over to Lloyd Square. If you don't have the time to do that walk, that's fine. You can come join us. We're going to have education there, a senior fair. We'll have a meal. We'll also have hygiene bags for every senior that comes that's over the age of 50. So we just wanted to thank you for this time and bringing this awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you repeat the date again?
June 21st. It will begin at 11 o'clock at the Napa Family Justice Center and end at Lloyd Square, which is a quite short little jaunt. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here's this proclamation.
thank you.
Thank you so much. There you go. Thank you for your service. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, this is an opportunity for our public forum, and we have a couple of, we're going to get started. I'm not sure where Peter is. I think I'd like to start by introducing Rick Kennedy, and I was going to let Peter introduce, but Rick, why don't you come up? So I'd like to introduce Rick Kennedy to our city council members. So Peter, I don't know if you'd like to introduce Rick, okay, Rick is our new Director of Procurement and Risk Management. And he's filling a position that we already had in the mayor's office, and when that vacated, we focused on procurement. And Rick, would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, sure. Rick Kennedy, born and raised in Boise, Idaho. Lived in Nampa up until about 2021, when we made the stupid decision to move out of the county to an adjacent county. I retired last year as a result of an automobile accident, but I retired last year from the State Department of Education, and and where I was working with Peter McPherson. My job was Chief Procurement Officer, managing all of the contracts for the State Department of Education, which was about 1,700 contracts per year. My job there was to protect three entities: the state, the citizens, and the superintendent, and vendors, because we owe it to our vendors to protect them as well. I was asked to come in here and to kind of put my arms around the procurement process, which is happening. There are great procurement things happening here. We just want to put our arms around them and put some processes together. So that's who I am.
We're glad to have you here.
Yeah,
Council, do you have
glad to
any
be here.
questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. We're excited. There's a lot of work to do. That's awesome. Okay, Shar, we have a couple of people signed up, I believe.
Yes, for public forum, we do have a couple people signed up for non-agenda items and one person for an agenda item. Starting with our non-agenda items, our first speaker is Maggie Goff.
I'm just going to read this right off the paper, so forgive me.
I'm sorry, could you please state your name and address for the record?
And I should have said that, I am so sorry. Anyone that comes forward, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. And thank you.
3 minutes, wow, okay. Maggie Goff, 2554 East Cinnamon Lane, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. And I'm here today, and thank you very much for giving the men, women, and children of Nampa a place to make our voices heard, including your brothers and sisters in Christ. I want to start by stating I do not believe this pervert festival is covered under the Constitution. We have always had laws against lewd, wanton, and obscene dress and behavior in public places. I further contend, since it is God, our Creator, who institutes governments for the purpose of rewarding those who do good and punishing those who do evil, He is the one who gets to determine what is good and what is evil. Lastly, on that point, I would direct you to the book and teachings regarding the doctrine of the lesser magistrate. The doctrine is not new to our time, but the book by Pastor Matthew Chuela is, and I suggest everyone get a copy. I believe at this point in this decades-long social experiment, we can put aside the claim of we were born this way. Maybe for some. It is now more than obvious that this has become a social contagion, similar to when anorexia sweeps through girls' groups at school. There are many counselors coming out as whistleblowers in clinics who give estrogen to boys and testosterone to girls, that once one girl comes into the clinic, they will often see 3 or 4 more girls from the same class a short time later. Should the city not defend God and His created order, there are some minimal actions I would like to see. 1, any performance by men dressing up in disgusting sexual costumes would be confined to a fully enclosed tent. The flap of the tent should be guarded to ensure no persons under the age of 18 is allowed to enter. Number 2, I believe the vendors should be put on notice that there will not be allowed any penis-shaped popsicles, vagina hats, inappropriate face paintings, or other lewd arts and crafts on display or for sale. The crowd itself must wear clothing that covers and hides breasts and genitalia. 4, I would like to see a substantial police presence with their body cams filming, ready to enforce compliance. I will end that I'd like this part on public record, that every single church in Nampa needs to have a presence at this event. If we do not take a stand now, we can fully expect this to be an annual event in our city. We are called by Christ to stand for truth and to resist evil. Thank you again for your consideration. And this isn't on there, but I wanted to add, I appreciate the wording that you put in your letter, and I see all of the heat that all of you are taking online for that and in other places. And so even though it's not as much as I would like, I do appreciate that. And then I also appreciate you having the speaking time at the beginning of the meeting instead of making me wait to the end, which is also very kind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker for a non-agenda item is Curtis Homer.
Good evening, Curtis. Since we know you, you still have to give your name and address, even though we know you.
Okay, Curtis Homer, 14316 Inspiration Place in Nampa. And the reason I'm here tonight is just to talk to you about all the money we've invested in, all of us, in the RV park. And we were able to get a temporary permit to open up 23 of the spots for the show that's starting this week. They started loading in on a horse show, raining horse show on Saturday, and it'll be tomorrow night. So I can invite 2 of you at a time to come out, and I'll take you on a tour of the new RV spot so that I'm not here just trying to explain it to you, but you can see it firsthand where that money's gone. And in checking with Patrick tonight, we're under budget, so we're in good shape there. We've had a long time coming because of the weather this year. if none of you have been out there to check, it's been a muddy mess. So it's looking pretty good now, and you can actually drive back there. So what I'd like to do is invite 2 of you tomorrow night. We're having the Horse Park Foundation has a VIP time for each horse show that we do. And this year we have 26 horse shows coming up. We don't do the VIP night for all of them, but we have some snacks and some food there. But if I could get 2 of you to come out tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, then we can take you on a tour. And then if 2 more want to come at 7, then we can split that up and I can take you at 7. And then we'll see where we need to go there. It runs for about 10 days, so. Do we have any volunteers for tomorrow night?
6.
Randy and Sebastian, okay,
6.
for 6 o'clock? How about 7 o'clock? 7?
And I'm at 5:30, right?
Who else?
Depends on how the job site goes tomorrow, so.
Oh, okay. Victor, okay. So just come out there and it'll be like at entry S2 there where you have your mayor's night dinner in the horse park. And we'll take you around and show you what we've got going on. Because I can stand here and bore you for 15 days and not give you a clear picture of what we got going on. And if you can't make it tomorrow night, then I'd be happy to take David and Dale any night this week. Because it's better if you see it when there's a lot of horses, and there's about 400 horses in there for this show.
Curtis, my understanding is the sod's not down yet, that we were going to wait until after this show and put the sod in. Is that correct?
The what now?
The sod. My understanding is the sod's not in yet, that we were waiting till after this show and the sod would go
Right.
down back in the RV area. Is that correct?
Right. I went out there. They do have the access paved in there. They still have to divide up each spot. I mean, all the electric's in, the water's in, the sewer's in, and it looks really, really pretty good. And so they've just opened it up so we could get this show going and get these other 23 started. And then they'll fill in the rest of it.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? We just appreciate your leadership. Thank you for your help with this. Thank you
Okay.
for working
Well,
diligently on the venue
Thank you,
management.
Mayor, and the council for even joining with us to do this thing. And it's been years coming, so I'm happy. We're all happy that it's coming in there. So we'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker under an agenda item under public forum is Tanya Bellegant.
Hello, I'm Tanya Bellegante, and I live at 1411 West Raylin Drive here in Nampa. Thank you, Mayor Kling and City Council, for letting me speak to you today. So I work at St. Alphonsus Medical Center, and I'm here to talk to you about our CDBG grant application for the Meals on Wheels program. So I'd like to begin by just telling you a little bit about the Meals on Wheels program. The Meals on Wheels program here in Nampa was started in 1974 by Sister Mary Therese, who saw the program as part of the hospital's mission to serve the poor and underserved seniors in our local communities. Meals on Wheels provides healthy, hot meals and daily contact to seniors who are unable to provide or prepare meals for themselves due to age, disability, or a medical condition. The program serves seniors who have the greatest economic and social needs, including those living in poverty, living alone, and most likely to be vulnerable or frail. Meals on Wheels makes it possible for seniors to stay in their homes by boosting their health and well-being. The program purpose of Meals on Wheels is twofold: to address hunger and social isolation for homebound seniors. Volunteers deliver nutritious meals and provide friendly visits and safety checks that enable these seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity while staying in their own homes. To qualify for this program, seniors need to be age 60 or over, living in the city of Nampa, and homebound. Nampa Meals on Wheels currently serves 173 clients and served 55,190 meals in the calendar year 2023. The Meals on Wheels program currently serves a combination of hot and frozen meals on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with about 25 volunteers. This volunteer base is steadily growing, and our hope is to acquire enough volunteers to return to delivering the 5 hot meals that we were delivering before COVID. In calendar year 2023, we utilized 3,263 volunteer hours, and our volunteers are very wonderful and dedicated folks themselves. So I want to share with you what the cost of a Meals on Wheels meal is, and that is $8 per meal. So the Area 3 Senior Services Agency reimburses us for 76% of our clients, and their reimbursement rate is $4.75 per meal. Blue Cross and Medicaid, who reimburse us for 14% of our clients, have a reimbursement rate.
We're out of time, so,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Would you like to make a quick closing comment?
Yes.
Other than it's really important?
Yes, I do. So the shortfall at the end of the year is $156,000, and so we really appreciate the support of the City Council, between the City Council, the CDBG grant, and fundraisers like Festival of Trees, we're able to make up that difference. And so I thank you. In closing, I just thank you for always supporting the Meals on Wheels program and understanding how important it is to take care of our local seniors. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question for you. We just had a workshop on these funds just recently, and I remember seeing that the numbers were shockingly low as far as what the numbers were for Nampa. Do you have updated numbers by chance of how much was spent last year in FY23?
What was spent?
Out of what we donated, how much was used?
Oh, we've used roughly half of it right now, and we will expend the rest of those funds before the CDBG grant year is up.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are there any other questions? Nope. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I just sent my clerk on. I think that's all that we had signed up. Is there anyone else here that had intended, thank you so much, intended to speak? Was that it for those signed up? Okay. Was there anyone else that was intended to speak this evening that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing no one. We do not have any agency or commission reports. We do have a brief report from Tom Points. Tom, I have a question. Could we put you later for staff, or do you need to be before the public?
We've got a bunch of streets folks here.
Okay, let's do it right now then. This is important. I'm sorry I had to remember what it was. And I will let everybody know, we're going to get through action items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 before public hearing, so it'll be a few minutes before we step into public hearing. But Tom, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity. I'll try to be quick. I know we've already got a lot going on tonight. So, Brad, if Kelly Black, I was hoping I could do a very fast introduction. Can you come up for just a second? She's our new communication manager for Public Works, so I just wanted to introduce her, and if you have anything you'd like to say to council?
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. I just look forward to working with you. I'm so excited to be on the team, and thank you, Tom.
Yeah. All right. So on the staff report, we're going to have Crystal and I are going to share the report. I'll quickly go through the first 3 items, and she'll go through the next 3, which includes the streets, folks in the back there. So just wanted to let you all know, chip sealing, we were planning on starting today, but the rain kind of delayed us a little bit, so we're not quite there yet. Every year we're doing a little bit more. We've got 37 road sections this year, and then 8 subdivisions. We are on the east central part of town this year, so you'll see them out there doing some work and getting prepped. Wastewater treatment plant upgrade phase 2, you got your report in there. We're, believe it or not, we're almost 3/4 of the way through the project. And within a few weeks, we're going to be getting some acceptance testing done, which is one of the final steps. So we're getting super close. Hopefully we'll have, if all goes well, we might have a little bit of irrigation water go through our reuse pipeline into the Phillips Canal by the end of the season. So that's that, the high level on that. And then we had a really great turnout for National Public Works Week last week. We had our career fair with the students and had 110 students there from Central and Greenhurst Elementary. So the streets always host that, and I just wanted to pass that along. It was a good event. So, Crystal, where is she? There she is. Okay.
Mayor? Tom, so, and it may involve Crystal. The streets and Public Works took criticism Friday morning, I believe it was, or Thursday morning, from one of the radio personalities, Kevin Miller, early in the morning regarding chip sealing. I'd appreciate if you folks would just send him a little note and educate him on the value and benefit of chip sealing, and that it's not a waste of money, and that it prolongs the life of the roads.
Okay. We'll certainly get hold of them. Thank you.
I just think the record needs to get a different conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job.
I will try and make mine brief as well, Mayor and council members.
Actually, what you guys do is so important, I don't mean you to have to be too brief. I don't mean for you to have
That's good, because I'm not great at being brief, but I'll give it a college try. Wanted to give you guys an update on the Warhawk Elementary School traffic impact study. It was on the April 1st council agenda, and we had promised to come back, actually, the first council, that May 6th agenda. I'm sure you guys noticed we did not come back with a resolution. That's because it had not been completed yet. Dan Badger, our city engineer, and myself, we worked with Valley View School District pretty extensively on how to redo their traffic impact studies to lessen their impacts. They ended up redoing their bus ridership and estimated trip generation numbers, so it increased their bus ridership to about 70% based on other ridership around the city. And that reduced their impacts to the medium category according to our policies, which then reduced the study area intersections to just within a half-a-mile radius, and it excludes that 2035 construction year. So based on that, they're no longer triggering the two impacts that they had concerned about. They will still have to pay their normal impact fees and have to do frontage improvements. They just redid their TIS and submitted it for review just this last week. So we'll get that turned around and keep moving forward. So good resolution. Also wanted to give a quick update, share a video, because that's what we like, on our 2024 Streets Heavy Equipment Rodeo. Thank you. So this first one is a video. Also, I'm going to parrot what Tom said. Super excited to have Kelly here. She put this together in just like a few days' notice, and she's just a rock star. So I'm going to share this real quick video for you. I had a question on whether or not it would play with my volume muted.
If it can come out of your computer, just put the mic down and you'll catch it out of your computer.
Great idea. I'm going to reshare without the volume on my computer then. Innovator right there.
feeling? You know what? I thought I was not so great, and I did super great. That's just how I roll. That's how I do. I step up in big moments.
Ooh, brutal. All right, remuted. Crisis averted, guys. So thank you, Kelly, for that. That was a really awesome video. Going to share just a couple quick photos. So the heavy equipment rodeo was on May 2nd of this last year. This is our newest addition, Barrel Bob. He was really great, promoting safety. So just a couple of pictures from the events of the day. This is our second annual one. There were 3 different competitions, a snowplow course, a backhoe course, and a loader course. And as the video said, the obstacles are meant to simulate real world things that they will encounter on the Nampa City streets and really showcase their skills. We had a couple of distinguished guests come. Councilman Reynolds and Mayor Kling came to visit us. We even got Councilman Reynolds into some equipment. Just so you guys know, he's really good, so don't ever challenge him. It's not gonna play for us, but that's okay. And then talk a little bit about what the next steps are. So each year there is a national competition in Loveland, Colorado. I think I shared it with a few of you, but every year, Idaho is fairly well represented. Normally, the Idaho Transportation Department and the Ada County Highway District sends people every single year. This last year, ITD won first, ACHD won second. And I want to say one or both of the organizations has placed in the top 3 for the last 5 years in a row. So I'm ready to put our money where our mouth is and really showcase our Nampa operators. And I think we're the best in the business, and so I'm ready to challenge them. My brother actually won the ACHD rodeo this year, so we've got an inside bet on how our operators are already going to beat ACHDs. So this last year, for our first rodeo, Bert Croy actually won both last year and this year's, and I've got the gentleman with me. I'm going to ask you to come up and be awkward. Come on up, all of you. So we can't send him twice, so this year we're sending our second and third place, so Trent Bothwell and Tomas, sorry. And then from last year, we're also going to be sending Bert from first place and then Ryan Goodwin. So these are highly skilled operators. I can't be more proud of this team. Not only do the streets people get to participate, but anybody with a CDL that works here at the City of Nampa can participate. So do you guys want to say anything?
Hey, Peter, do you have your phone? Would you take a photo?
Oh, yeah. I also want to say this rodeo could not have been put on without our staff. Steve, I'm sure he's here lurking in the background somewhere. He's really headed this up for the last 2 years and just been a rock star. Started this from scratch. We purchased everything we needed so that we can do this year over year, and I think it's only getting better and we're getting more participation. So hopefully next year I'm going to invite all of you guys again. I'd love to get you guys out in the equipment and kind of see what these people do and gain that appreciation for them.
It is a totally awesome experience, and you guys are really good. Bert, I was afraid I was going to mess you up because I jumped in the truck with him right when he was going. I thought, oh man, and last year he won. I thought if my riding with him messes it up, that would be really bad. So you know what? You guys are amazing. Thank you for your hard work and your skill set of what you do, because not just anybody can jump in a piece of equipment and operate it the way you do. It's pretty exciting, but we want your picture. So is it okay if we have them come forward? Okay, everybody, Tom, Crystal, everybody, come up here, face the other way. Council, let's get behind them. Come on. There we go. Thank you, Peter, for getting us all in. Let's all squeeze.
Yeah, squeeze in, Council, if you can. Sorry, someone's calling me right now. That's not good timing. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Gotcha. Yeah.
Did it work? Good. Thank you, guys. Tom and Crystal, yes.
Yeah, it's a great job.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have one comment. So I did go and participate in this. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me. And I also got to go and be a coach for Crystal in the dump truck, or the snowplow, and she is a really, really good driver. She did excellent. So just know that not only does the admin level, all the way down to the guy that pushes a broom, they know what they're doing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. And like I said, this rodeo, heart and soul, put on by our Nampa Streets team. This year, Steve and Aaron just did it all. I challenged them from the very beginning and said, like, hey, I've got this idea. I'd like to bring it here. And the streets team, they just got such a can-do attitude. And they said, okay, let's make this happen. So really proud of them. Last thing I have for you, because I'm just sharing good news today, I'm going to bring another person up. I'd like to announce that Lindsay Johnson is our new airport superintendent, effective today, actually. Lindsay's been here with the City of Nampa for a little over 16 years. She replaces Monty. He retired on the 31st, was his last day. It may sound like, she's an heir apparent because she's been here for so long, but I just have to say that we made her work for it. We put this external, we had a lot of interest here for the Nampa Airport. Obviously, we've got the best airport in the nation, in my opinion. So there was a lot of people out there that wanted to come and represent us, and Lindsay just blew it out the water. So I'm so excited, and I'd like her to say a couple words.
Thank you, Crystal. Mayor and council, I just want to say I'm really excited to start this new role with the airport and continue ushering the airport forward as we grow and evolve. And I second that we have the best airport. We're going to stay the best. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, that concludes our staff communications. We're going to move into new business. And to the streets crew, thank you for coming and wading through. You guys are amazing. Thank you for your work. We appreciate you. So item 7.1 we'll do first, and this is a request. It is an action item. It is a request for reconsideration of annexation and zoning and potential development agreement for 37.74 acres. To residential professional, and it's for a future mixed-use development for Valenti subdivision at 0 Ustick Road for Kelly Black Bailey Engineering representing Endurance Holdings. So this is a request for reconsideration, and Rodney, are you going to share anything? Do you want to share anything at all on this? No? Okay.
Mayor, the only thing that can be shared is what was presented
Okay.
by them.
Thank you. So council, I think you're aware of with a request for reconsideration. I'd like to ask the council what their will is on this one.
Mayor, my comments are pretty straightforward. I felt like we listened to the public hearing and the request, and I think we felt there was concerns and that there needed to be a review. I understand Bailey Engineering putting up arguments against council's thoughts on the subject and thinking that their plat is there. However, I still believe the exiting being very close together on Ustick, and I can't mention every other item, but there were several items from multiple council members mentioned on this particular request, and so I personally am not in favor of granting a reconsideration.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I concur with that statement. I feel the same way. I don't think that we were wrong in our basis of our decision, and I would not support removing the denial.
Okay. Any other comment, or is there a motion?
Yeah, I guess I'll make a motion to deny the request for reconsideration for Valenti annexation and zoning applications.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bells?
Yes.
Reynolds?
I'm going to abstain because I was not here for this hearing.
Griffin?
Yes.
Summerfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
that, we will move on to number 7.2 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's to approve the proposed allocation of CDBG grant funding for the 2023 program year's ADA facility improvement activity as recommended. Matt Jameson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kling and Council. Again, I've got two items for you tonight. The first one is the allocation of funding to help make some ADA improvements around city facilities, that are buildings that are owned by the city. Last year, as part of our annual action planning process, we asked council to allocate about $272,000 specifically for this type of improvement. And with today's funding request, we would like you to fund $195,000 and some change to make those ADA improvements around the city. We've highlighted 6 buildings that right now we feel like of the ones identified in the plan that we did or the study we did, that they are the most sort of customer facing, will have the greatest impact for the citizens. And then once those are done, if the funding is allocated, we will move forward with the other ones that are on the list that are maybe a little less public facing, but also some more minor improvements in the next fiscal year as well. So. And right now, the way we've planned to fund this is with prior year's program income that is available to commit to activities. So those are activities that either didn't move forward or came in a little under budget. We didn't utilize all the funds, and so we have it's actually $196,879.63 that we can put towards these ADA improvements. If you allocate that, and if the council so wishes, we will write up an agreement with the facility staff and get those underway, hopefully before the end of this fiscal year. Did anybody have any questions about the locations or?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Matt, one thing that I don't have anything, this is a great thing, and I just want to say thank you for the City Hall and that ramp. That's just difficult at best.
Okay.
And then the other one was the city utility building where we had, actually when Cynthia, I think is her name, put us on wheelchairs that we couldn't get into that building. So how are you going to fix that? Because that was really difficult.
And I believe we have some, I believe we have, I don't think I've left here, but I believe we have in the utility billing. I don't know that they're addressing that front door issue. If that is an area, if that was an area of concern, I'll get with Patrick and Brian, and we'll see if we can't incorporate that into the scope as we move forward with that funding. So the plan is to try to capture as many of these as we can with the funding available, but we'll prioritize things that are maybe a higher or, again, higher customer facing our citizens of Nampa. And if that is something, I'll work with them and we'll go over and look at it and we'll make sure it gets part of the scope of work before it goes out to bid.
Well, it says here, replacing or adjusted exterior doors.
Yeah.
For some timing thresholds, so that's.
So it sounds like they might have captured it. I want to make sure if it was indeed something we had feedback that was an issue, then we'll make sure that we're capturing the need in the scope of work. So.
Okay. Also, the one that I am concerned with is the fire administration building, which would include the convert parking lot stalls to allow for van accessibility. Is that on the street or is that in the parking lot?
I believe it's in the parking lot. Yeah, the city-owned parking lot.
Oh, the city still, okay.
What I defined it as, yep.
I was wondering, how come the fire department can't do that?
Well, I'm not sure how that works on their lease agreement, but I believe it's a city-owned building, so I don't know who's in the end the steward of that, but I think they were just looking at things. So that one to me is definitely on the list of things to do, but it's probably, we'll focus on the things that directly restrict access into and out of buildings first, and then parking and signage as funding will allow. But I'll ask them what the role and responsibility is, but I believe that might fall on.
But this is actually for our constituents who use vans as their okay, that's what I wanted.
So if they were to need to go there for some reason or utilize that parking lot, it would just provide a place that allowed for them to use it. So.
Okay, thanks for clarification. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this one?
Mayor Kling, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the proposed allocation of community development block grant funding to the 2023 program year's ADA facility improvement activity as recommended and presented to it in our packet this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.3 is an action item. This is to allocate the 2024 Community Development Block Grant funding for the administration planning, public service, and non-public service activities as presented. And it is proposed in the FY25 budget. The public hearing will come.
Yes, it will come first council meeting in August. So this is what we just allocated money for towards this current fiscal year. We're doing now is allocating money for the next fiscal year, which will be included in our annual action plan. And in doing so, what we allocate today, Hannah and I will go and write a public-facing plan that we'll put out for public comment for 30 days, and then we'll come back to council to formally adopt that plan and incorporate any public comment that may come in. And then we'll submit that to HUD for final approval on or before August 16th. So. Some of you are familiar with this, but I'm going to go through basically the funding structure of the program, how CDBG funding works, some of the regulatory caps that limit how much we can spend in certain areas, and then the two different types of activities we fund, which is public service and non-public service, and then we'll finally end with just what is the overall funding recommendation for the 2025 fiscal year. As just mentioned before, we do have regulatory caps that come with this funding, one of which is on administration and planning, so things that pay for staff time, preparing plans, working on fair housing, compliance plans that they require that we write. Those types of things can be paid for out of that planning administration budget. It's currently capped at 20% of our funding allocation annually, and then public service activities, which is currently capped at 15%. And then our non-public services, which we typically fund the remainder of those allocated funds and other and prior years funds that are available to commit.
Matt, could I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
And maybe you've got this coming. This 2024 program year, we have $678,000. Prior years, how does that compare to prior year funding?
I think this was it was again a reduction about 15,000, I think, year over year.
Not substantial.
No, it's stabilized. The first, I think it was, we had the first year that we saw a reduction, it was a little more substantial, and then it's slowly just been roughly between $10,000 and $15,000 increments that it seems to lower. It really is, they level fund this activity every year. It starts every, I think, fiscal planning process in Capitol Hill with zero funds, and somehow the two parties work back in to level fund it. And so we're seeing level funding year over year, and then what we also see are new entitlements coming on board, and so the money just gets spread a little thinner between all of them out there. But it's based on a formula like our housing stock, the age of our housing stock, the level of poverty, things like that. So if things are improving, that also potentially lowers our amount. I think most of this is due just in general to the level of funding and how many entitlements are receiving it. So.
Another thing, just a quick comment.
Yeah.
One of the things we talk about is that on some of the public service funds, it'd be nice if there were more funds available, because the need is great, but we don't have, and I think we all know that, we don't have the opportunity to adjust that. It is given to us. We know that we only have, they tell us how much money we're going to get and then what that cap is.
Yep, and so we do ask every year when we visit our congressman on the Hill, we ask them, it's a fairly simple, non-financial cost to them to raise that cap, which would allow us to make a little bit better impact in our local city with some of those funds. But we'd love to see that change if they would allow it, at least go up to the 20% that we have for admin and planning. So with that in mind, currently our allocation for the 2025 fiscal year was $678,282. So all of our regulatory caps are based on that amount. We also had $332,328.36 in prior year's funding available to commit. That's not part of what you just allocated. And then we estimate about $5,300 in program income coming in from various payments coming from prior loans that we've given out for housing development. And so where those caps end up hitting, we're at about a little over 19%, or just short of 20% at $135,000 for admin, and then we're just 0.1% under the cap for the public service activities. Last year, I think you asked me to fund the full amount, so we try to hit that without getting into dollars and cents, too small of an amounts. And then the remainder will go into non-public service activities at $779,000. So the total that we'll have to allocate today is $1,015,934.94. That will be included in the 25 fiscal year packet. Again, admin, I won't dwell on this too long, but we're requesting the 135. We'll utilize some of that first for about 0.66 of one staff member and about half of another staff member, and then the other will come out of another city-run program. But those are mostly to help fund salaries and then to do the community engagement, the Davis-Bacon, all the ACT compliance that we have to do for anything we fund, all those things, we just making sure that we're staying on top of that. And so after admin, our public service activities is the 15% cap. This year we received 6 applications, 5 of which we've received in the past. That's been pretty common where we see the same applicants year over year. We had 1 new applicant this year. Honestly, the program itself is very good. It was the Hope Guides, Nampa Narcan. And so it was nice to see a new applicant come in. All of these applications are scored and reviewed through an application review process. Based on the scores is kind of where we've come out in our recommendation for funding for public service. So we review them on a regulatory basis. We review them to make sure that they have capacity to provide the program in our city. And then we look at prior years' compliance with the grant, if they've received funding before, and then we'll, in essence, make those decisions. So based on that, we've got on the next slide, I'll show you who we've recommended, but I'll just make a note that Ketchikan Canyon County actually had a good application. They scored high. But we anticipate they're still going to have some CARES Act funding in the amount that they asked for in their application. We think they're going to be very close to that based on the rate that they've spent that money down, and we think they'll fully expend it by December. But given that they'll still have money available and our priority is to have that money spent down, we wanted to just go ahead and let them focus on those funds, and then we picked one additional one to fund in today's recommendation. So right now we have Nampa Family Justice Center still, we're going to recommend funding them for funds this year, Jesse Tree, and then St. Alphonsus Meals on Wheels. And I guess the information about their programs is in there. I'm happy to answer any additional questions if you have any. So the public service, we try not to fund more than they request in their application. Family Justice Center asked for $30,000, so we try to fund the need. If they're telling us that's what the need was, that's what we try to fund. And then we've split the amount for St. Alphonsus Meals on Wheels and Jesse Tree just in half to cover the difference there, with a total funding of 1,017 for this current upcoming fiscal year. The non-public service activities, that's pretty much the balance of the remainder of the funding. That will cover things like our facility ADA, facility improvements, our park improvements that Cody and his team do that can include both ADA and or just park improvements that are in low to moderate income census tracts. And then the home repair program, which we've been running, I think, since 2008 or 2009. And that home repair program just makes modifications to homes such as water lines, sewer lines, things of that nature for owner-occupied households in Nampa. So right now, the home repair program, we're requesting $251,813.37, which will again fund the balance of the 2 staff members that help administer that program, as well as I think about $160,000 in there to try to assist about 8 to 10 households. Not all of them need the full amount that we allocate, but we just try to make sure we have enough to cover things that sometimes if the water line is pretty far away, it gets up in the $15,000 range. So we just built a cushion in. They all get up to $20,000, but we only fund the need again. So if they don't need all that, we don't just let them take all the money and fix as much as they can. It's always got to be a critical need. We did have one application from a city department this year. It was Creech's basketball court replacement. It's over in North Nampa. We already have that design paid for, so that's just implementing that same design for a 2-court. I believe it's the 2-court basketball court replacement. So that design piece has already been paid for in a prior year. We're just utilizing that and trying to get that the Creech's court done. It's near Lakeview Park, thank you. It's drawing a blank there. And then the balance of those funds, we're going to put 195, 09321, and 167, 32836 into both sort of ADA and park ADA facility infrastructure improvements, similar to what we just allocated. Right now, it's just a general pool of funds, but I'll work with staff to identify what could be shovel-ready projects that we can move forward with October 1 of the 25 fiscal year. So that total allocation would be $779, $234, $94 for those 4 general types of activities. This is kind of just the total funding, just so you can see it on one page. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Excuse me, I just have one question. I thought that we allotted money to Creatures Court last year under the CDBG program.
We did.
Are we doing that again now?
No, we did Lions Park. We did Lions Park, City Acres, and I'm drawing a blank again on the other one. Thank you, West Park.
Oh, okay.
And then we got a bonus one as well over in North Nampa. The gentleman ended up doing that one, I think, at his cost, if I remember. So we ended up getting, I think 4 done last year with the designs we paid for, and this one was not on that list last year, but.
Okay, because I remember that at Lions Park, the shelter by the swimming pool, is that the one you're referring to?
That's the court right behind the tennis courts.
Yes,
It's the basketball court
one.
they just recently replaced with utilizing that design that we paid for last year.
Okay, okay, thank you.
But Creatures Court wasn't in there. It might have been in the initial conversation, but it ended up, I think, doing, for funding constraints, I think they focused on the other 3.
Okay, thank you.
So this is something I always just include in this presentation. It's just from start to bottom. It's our funding, where it's coming from, prior program years, the total amount, and then it just sort of breaks out what we're planning to fund with those funds. So it'd be a good place if you had any questions about anything we're funding here for me to address those. If not, I guess I will.
Matt, I do have, so I should have asked you this before I got here tonight, but help me understand, we've got a couple processes here. Tonight, you're asking us to approve this. Then we've got a budget process that we approve through the FY25 budget, even though this is a 24 program year, but it is budgeting for FY25. And then we come back for a public hearing. So could you explain why the public hearing? Are we approving this again? Is it going to public hearing, or what is the public hearing?
So the public hearing will be, one is we allocate the funds at this hearing, and then I will go to work over the next 2 weeks. Actually, I'm going to probably 95% substantially complete the annual action plan that we will utilize, or I guess submit to HUD for approval. That is due middle of August. We'll try to get it, I'll probably send it off as soon as we're done. I think it's the August 7th meeting. We'll just get it submitted right away just to make sure we give them plenty of time to approve it. But that meeting will be us coming back to council to say, here's our plan that we've put out there for the public to review, and here's any comment that we've received about how they think we're using these funds. And something I'll just put on kind of a layer on top of that is we've done already a 5-year consolidated plan. So it's a 2022 to 26. So we've already talked to the citizens of Nampa. We've talked to stakeholders and service providers, and we've asked them, and we've identified high priority needs in Nampa. And then we spend the next 5 years targeting and trying to address those needs. So technically we've already determined the things we need to work on over the next 5 years. And so we're just using this action plan to try to address those needs that are included in our consolidated plan. And so we're just telling the public, this is what we plan to do with it. And then we'll come back to you to formally adopt that plan and authorize us to submit to HUD to formally, it's sort of formally requesting the funds. And then if they approve it, then they release those funds to us to be utilized October 1.
So this, I mean, you've got this down as an action item, but it will be coming back before us to officially adopt.
Officially adopt, and that will be the public hearing. It will allow any Nampa resident that wants to speak at that and voice their opinion about how we funded it. Unfortunately, we haven't had any large engagement, but we always, every year, we invite anyone that receives funding or might want to, and even invite the people that they serve to see the plan and come in and provide any feedback if they think it's helping or not.
I have a quick question on Salvation Army.
Yep.
So could we go back to what Salvation Army actually requested? Was that for housing support, or was it for their family shelter? What was that?
It was for the shelter. That
Okay,
was
now,
for
we
the-
just had a press release that they're having to close the shelter for the summer months because they don't have funding. And so it will be closing on, I think, July something. I believe that press release went out. And I believe it's about $20,000 or $30,000 a month to keep it open. And so I'm just curious, the decision not to support something as critical as that family shelter.
Well, they actually were out of the top 4 in the scoring, which is, they actually provide a good application. We had 3 that were just really, 4 really, that were pretty good applications, and so they just happened to score. I think it was in the 5th spot. We're also currently in the middle of a monitoring, so we monitor activities that we fund from time to time to make sure that they're submitting for draw requests and things. So we go on site and we look at their documentation, and so we're in the middle of that right now, and so we'll hopefully get that resolved here in the next week or 2. But just based on everything we know and have seen, we decided to. But just on face value, they didn't score high enough to get pushed towards a funding recommendation. That's just our initial review. Council can always choose to do what council would like.
Is it a little preliminary to make a decision when you're not done with your scoring yet?
We're not done with the monitoring, but we're done with the scoring. The
You're
scoring
done
was
with
done.
scoring,
Yeah,
but
so
the
they
monitoring-
scored, I think it was 5th out of the 6 applicants, and we had 4 that scored ahead of them. So in pure scoring, they were out of the hunt for this year's. And we understand there's a need. If council's will is truly to fund that, they certainly can. This is something we do to try to just make it sort of a fair application process the best we can. And then, in fact, I guess, in order for us to come up with a recommendation, we try to do it as impartial as we can. So we have staff review the applications, and then based on those is how we recommend. The only thing we would pull an application out for is if we knew we had compliance problems, because then it makes a risk on us, not necessarily. We now have to be able to demonstrate to HUD that this is being done correctly. So if we feel like we couldn't demonstrate that, we would not want to fund an activity, because then it would sort of fall on us to recoup the funds from them and then return those funds to HUD. And I'd rather not do those. So if we ever had a situation where we felt like we didn't want to fund, we would
Okay.
probably not.
Councilman Jangula.
Yeah, Matt, thank you for your work on this. It's great. I won't be able to approve it without having any funds for the Salvation Army. When I look at that list and I think about the percentage of the people that it's helping within our city, there would be a higher population, I would assume, probably more than any of these. And so I know that's a great need. So what would our options be then if we wanted to reduce, can we reduce funding from some other places and then fund an additional one? Fund a 4th?
I mean, we could look at, I guess, trying to do that. It would be, I guess I would need time to determine if without the funding, I think most of the organizations that apply for funding from us would probably find a way to get through. I don't think their doors would close if we didn't fund an organization. So if you felt like one was higher need right now, they all serve our con plan. Everybody that's applied this year would in some way, shape, or form benefit and meet the needs of our consolidated plan. If you wanted to pull one back for this year and make sure we fund that, we can work on it, and we can certainly make that happen. I would just, we would probably do a much more of a hands-on oversight, depending on who we fund.
Because we are talking about the fact that there are doors that are closing in one of them,
Yeah.
and then we're not funding them at all. That just seems irrational in my mind.
Yep,
So.
we can
Okay.
certainly,
And Councilman
So I have
Griffins.
I have a string of questions just going off the coattails of what Councilwoman Jangula had said. And one of my initial thoughts, because I had not seen the press release that they were closing, but my question is the 40,000 going to be significant enough for them to keep their doors open, or is it enough to keep a couple staff members on payroll? That's the first question.
Could I answer that? Do you have the answer? I'm happy to speak
I
to
wouldn't
it.
know an exact dollar amount. I have a general idea of what they tend to draw down. It would maybe extend it by a few months based on their salary requirements.
It would extend it for approximately a month, but they're not closing, they're closing the summer shelter, which means as of July 8th, there are, I believe, 10 families right now. They will have to leave, the 10 families that are currently in the family shelter. It would reopen in November. And so it's just this summer, they're not going to have any place to live. It would reopen as a winter shelter, but the summer shelter would close.
I hadn't realized summer went as long as November, so that's good to know. So if it's only sustaining for 1 month, we're just keeping them in there an additional month, and then it closes in August? If we were to fund them
Well,
instead?
or you could open earlier in October.
Earlier in October, okay. A question regarding Jesse Tree. What is considered, and what's the range between low to moderate income? What are those income amounts?
I believe it. I can pull that up for you, actually.
And I'll prep my thought while you're looking for that number, and I pose it more to council. If we're closing the doors on folks that have no resources of income funding, but somebody who might be possibly making upwards of $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 by classifying in the moderate category, I think that's a big range and discrepancy. I don't have anything against Jesse Tree specifically, but hearing the discussion and seeing that range, if it said low-income housing in Nampa, it would be a different question. Low to moderate seems like there's going to be a little bit of room. $12,000 to $70,000 a year is a big spread on individuals that could be directly impacting. So that's the
Well,
direction my thoughts are going.
I will say, let me try to get back over to share the screen really fast.
Matt, while you're looking, I have a question for you. We're an hour into our public hearing tonight. Can we approve the total general allocation, and then during the public hearing actually approve the specific allocation? Because I was thinking usually we're approving that at the public hearing. We're not approving it this early. So could we just approve the general allocation that you have set forth, which are the big numbers, and then come back and approve, or we could approve everything but the public service side, come back and approve that at the public hearing in August?
Yep, I would say what we need to make sure we allocate is the money going to public service.
Correct.
If you want to hold on who you choose for that right now, that's fine. I just need you to tell me that it's okay to put $101,700 into public service so I can put it in the plan and make that available to the public, with the understanding that we will fund one of these 4 activities, and then, or three of these 4 activities, unless it's the will of the council to fund all 4, and then we would need to reduce some of the money allocated to the
Do we have to
recipients.
say what we're allocating to?
Not now, just the amount.
Right, the amount is $101,000. And so in the motion, we would approve the allocation of $101,000 to our public service entities, and then we would approve the allocation as presented on the non-public services and the administration of planning as
Yep.
presented. And then in August, we'll come back and look at the allocation of that $100,000. And I think in the past, that's how we did it, rather than doing it this early, because
Well-
it's got to be part of a public hearing process for
Yeah.
people to speak to.
Well, we've been fortunate with the CARES Act funding that we've actually funded every applicant for the past 2 years.
Correct.
Because we've had 2 that have ample CARES Act funding, and then we would fund the remaining applicants with regular grant funds. So we've actually funded all 5 for the last 2 years. So we've been fortunate in that respect. We've been able to cover everybody. This is the first year where they're kind of running out of money.
Correct. And it goes back to our older process where we used to make the final approval at the public hearing,
Yep.
which in some ways feels much more appropriate, because that's why we have a public hearing. If we have already made a decision, then there's no reason for a public hearing. It seems very
I'm perfectly
disingenuous.
comfortable with that. I think we used to have a special council meeting. Like, we would come and it was just all we did was CDBG that night. So, and I think every applicant presented their case,
Right.
and it was a 2 hour or so meeting, 3 hour meeting. And that might be something we could look at going back to rather than being part of a regular council meeting. But I guess just to answer your question, what they consider low to moderate. So with right now a single person household by HUD standards, and this is the Boise metro area. So we fall into all of this area is based upon incomes that are what they call a Boise metro. So it's the whole valley is I think what they look at, and it's $54,900 would be what they consider low to moderate income that could qualify for any of our programs, honestly.
Low to moderate. This isn't just the low.
This is what they consider low to moderate. That's just how they define it. What you'll probably find is the majority of the families that we assist are probably in the very low to extremely low, depending on the activity funded. And Jesse Tree, they focus on households that already have an eviction notice. So their focus is trying to prevent eviction, which, in the way we're funding both sides of that coin, we're trying to prevent someone from losing their housing. In most cases, they've had some kind of financial impact that's put them behind on their rent, and they're not catching up. They review their income and make sure that they can pay that rent moving forward. And then they just get them stabilized with, I think, no more than 3 months assistance, and then they're out.
Yeah.
And
So
other
I'd like
sources,
to we are really, really
Yeah.
late, and this is very important. And I just want to say, our public service providers are amazing. They do such incredible work, and it's a very difficult decision when you have limited dollars to identify who you're going to allocate to. I don't feel like tonight, without even the presentation or seeing what has come forth, that it's really fast. So if we could, I would stand for a motion to allocate the 2024 community, the CDBG administration planning and non-public service activities as presented, approving the dollar amount for public service, but not the allocation, and leaving the allocation to the public hearing in August.
Mayor Kling? One question, though.
Okay.
One question, if I could ask, is I'm not sure that I want that exact number like this. I want to make sure that you don't have any other funds, because from last year that you haven't used till now, because I really want the Salvation Army in there. Do you have any other funds that you
The
can?
amount, I can't go more than 15%.
You can't?
So, yeah, it's a regulatory requirement. And that's based on just our annual allocation. So it's 15% of the 678. That's what I can do.
So
The
that's
only
why.
question is whether we fund, if it's the will of the council and you want us to fund 4 activities, we'll do that.
You had 6 applicants, so when you come, you need to provide us the report on the 6. So this motion, as stated, that was moved and seconded, does not identify what goes into that $101,000. Okay, so it isn't 4, it isn't 6, it isn't 3.
We're going to
There's
fund a
no
pool
number.
to
A
public
pool.
service, and then we will
Yes.
come back at the August, the first meeting in August
Yeah.
to have you formally adopt and select the public service recipients.
At an August
You even
public
don't have to
hearing.
do it then. You can really wait, and we could do that at another meeting if we wanted to. But as long as we have the money identified for that type of activity in our action plan, then we can fund anybody we want moving forward as of October 1. So
Okay.
it's just better for them if we can dial that in before the end of the summer so they can budget. But
Okay.
One final,
yes, go
one
ahead.
final comment, Mayor, because I know I'll get at least one text or email about it. This funding is coming from grant funding, not from the tax base, taxpayers. We're not increasing our levy or any other dollars.
CDBG, Community Block Development Grant funding, that is federal funding that is allocated annually. Yes.
And
Okay.
we'll
So we
get
are ready
together,
for
Sebastian, we'll have, just you and I will get together, we'll discuss the program. just so you
any
have a
other
better-
discussion. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you,
All right,
Matt.
thank you all, and I will.
Thank you all for your
I'll follow up
patience
with you.
tonight. I know a number of our organizations are here tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry you don't have a decision, but I feel like we need a little bit more information as we move forward. Okay, we are going to move into public hearings at this time.
Please leave it.
Good night, guys. Okay, we're ready for 8.1 on the agenda. This is a public hearing. It is an action item. This is the appeal of Planning and Zoning's approval of a conditional use permit for a group home, 9+ beds, in a single-family residential RS6 zoning district at 819 South Powerline Road. This is for Rihanna oh man, I'm going to get the last name wrong, appealed by Shandy Nelson. And our appellant is Shandy Nelson here. Thank you. Okay, so the order that we're going to go through, you can come forward. We're going to start with the appellant, Shandy, and you will have 7 minutes to share the reason why you're bringing this forward as an appeal, because you set forth the appeal. Then we will have the original applicant come forward. Then we will have a staff report, and then we'll move into public testimony. That's fine. Thank you. That is just fine. And so, Lori, as you come forward, just give us your name and address.
I am Lori Hayes. I live at 812 South Florence Street here in Nampa. So it's an honor to speak to you, City Councilor and Mayor Kling. I represent those who are present and not present in this room.
Thank you. Hang on one second. Christy, thank you for getting that microphone up just a little bit. Thank you so much.
In appealing the approval of the conditional use permit for 819 South Powerline, a property located within an RS6 single-family residential district, there are 5 reasons for this appeal. The proposed use is not a home, and it is not a group home. The property owner made misrepresentations on her application and during her testimony, failing to appropriately describe her affiliations and the services to be provided. Zoning ordinances do not address substance use treatment facilities as unique health-related entities, and there is no process to determine when the intended use of the property is incongruent with the CUP application. The planning and zoning approval document does not adequately address the types of services to be provided. A New Dawn Treatment and Recovery Center, an LLC, was assigned a healthcare provider registry number as a substance use rehab facility and residential treatment facility. A New Dawn had a functioning website advertising its services on Powerline Road prior to the CUP approval to operate as a business. The term addiction treatment center, rehab facility, and residential treatment facility are not within the definition of a group home, and yet Planning and Zoning approved the CUP without ensuring the CUP conformed to the zoning use districts and the 3 healthcare categories, occupancy types of hospital, medical dental clinic, and a category that includes group homes. The initial application listed addiction treatment center, group home, and partial hospitalization program. Treatment centers are either inpatient or outpatient. They are not housing, and they are not group homes. Inpatients do not move in, they do not pay rent, they do not establish a household, and they do not complete change of address cards. Between the written application and the 326 planning and zoning testimony, the intended property use had transitioned to residential treatment facility, providing a PHP, family therapy, aftercare program, sober living, and, quote, a full-service facility as per their website. The term residential refers to a non-hospital setting. The term rehab and residential treatment are often used interchangeably with regards to substance use disorder treatment. Outpatient rehab treatment is a form of drug and alcohol rehab that allows the individual to live at home or other safe and therapeutic environment while still working or going to school. A PHP is an example of an outpatient rehab. Inpatient treatment, PHP, aftercare services, and sober living are distinct types of services and levels of care and are exclusionary to each other, each with its own set of rules, licensing, and impact on the community. In addition, there are issues that we listed in our written appeal with regards to the approval findings of facts, conclusion, and law, number 1 through 5. This appeal asserts that the Planning and Zoning is misinterpreting the word residential. There was planning and zoning discussion at the 326 hearing discounting the concerns of residents regarding their property values and supporting documentation that finds homes within an eighth of a mile of a treatment center sell for approximately 8% less than otherwise comparable homes that are located farther away. Upon hearing about this issue on 819 South Power Line, a Treasure Valley realtor looked at housing near Port of Hope, a nonprofit residential rehab treatment center that provides outpatient and non-medical inpatient services. She found 2 comparable homes that represent the findings in this article. Home number 1 was located 2.5 blocks from Port of Hope and was listed on 3/5/2020 and remained on the market for 4 days. Home number 1 closed on 4/10 for $160.79 per square foot. Home number 2 was located 1 block from Port of Hope and listed for sale on 5/11/20. This home remained on the market for 19 days, and home number 2 closed on 7/8/20 for $108 per square foot. Individuals admitted to residential treatment are maintaining their prior primary residences, and if the individual identifies themselves as homeless on admission, the individual will still be homeless when they discharge. They should be provided information on housing and resources during their stay, and the Fair Housing Act does not apply to the proposed use of the property as a residential treatment center. The property has not changed its residential appearance since it was remodeled in 2006, or late 2006, and this appeal asserts that the appearance of the property and will change based on the delivery of care model services provided at the address, which is not consistent with prior conditional use permits for the group homes on the property. Emergency call records were requested for 2 facilities offering inpatient and outpatient addiction treatment centers. The first facility is located within 1 mile of Power Line and received assistance 9 times in 2023 and twice in the first 3 months of 2024. The second facility, located 5 miles from Power Line Road, received emergency services 39 times in 2023 and 24 times in the first 3 months of 2024. In addition, the second facility had 3 documented overdose EMS response calls in the last 12 months. This appeal asserts that there will be traffic issues due to business model associated with running an addiction treatment center. There will be a minimum of 7 employee cars coming and going per day, and this would include the live-in care manager. There will be vehicles coming and going to drop off new admissions and to pick up discharges. There will be vehicles driven by family members coming in for family therapy. Residents are not supposed to be bringing their own cars, but there is no effective way to manage those situations, as individuals could simply park their car down the street or around the block. It was stated in the testimony that individuals would not be coming and going, and I find that very inconsistent. Let's count 16 beds in this facility that could be filled the first month. Regarding admissions the second month, 30% could stay 14 days, 50% 30 days, and 30% stay 6 to 8 weeks. And this is based on the testimony at the hearing that patients would stay from 15 to 60 days.
Madam Mayor, time.
Okay.
Before you depart, real question, quickly, council, do you have any questions? Is that okay that we ask questions at this time? Okay.
So Mayor, can you, so one of the confusions, it seems, is group residence, group home versus treatment center. It appears in our documents that part of the documents would indicate the application was for a treatment center. Other parts, there's verbiage and wording saying group. Have you identified or can you clarify your position? Because you stated this is a treatment center, not a group residence.
That's correct. The application stated they wanted a treatment center group home. That terminology is inconsistent. You cannot have a treatment center group home.
So.
And she's not the applicant.
Oh, no,
She's, yeah.
No, I understand, but she's the appellant.
Right.
Or representing the appellant. So I'm trying to get clarification. So that phrase is used together, treatment center, group home.
Yes, it was allowed to be used on the application, was not challenged during the hearing.
But what you've said is that's an inconsistent statement. From what perspective? Is it a code issue or definition of those terms? That's what I'm trying to understand.
A group home is defined as a place that folks live who need assistance with either their disability or completing their activities of daily life. And we've had 2 group homes that in that area, one at this location, where those group homes have functioned and with no impact on the community. They were welcomed, and there were no issues with EMS, there were no issues with traffic, there were no issue with the residents not doing what they were supposed to because they lived there. That was their home. They were part of our community. A treatment center is a healthcare facility. They are patients, and it is not their home. So the whole discussion at the planning and zoning was about this provides housing and it's protected under the Fair Housing Act. And in the 10 pages that were provided, I dissected the Fair Housing Act. It does not cover healthcare facilities at all. And this is a healthcare facility, even though it's called an addiction treatment. They want to label it as a home or a group home. That is not consistent with those definitions.
Okay, because that seems like a basic issue as to what the use is or proper defined use.
And that's a main part of my appeal. I observed the proceedings because I did not know all of the back details, so I watched it from home, and I was sick to my stomach. I am a healthcare professional, and I couldn't believe the discussion that went on in this room for an extended amount of time, and I felt that there was an extreme knowledge deficit to the discussion, and there was no one here to challenge that. Had I known, I would have been at that meeting, and I would have challenged directly. I've been a nurse for 39 years. I have worked in 8 different levels of care, including PHPs. I know how they run. I have temporarily worked in an addiction treatment center. I work inpatient psych. Been in management for 14 years. And I think words mean things. And I have a whole bunch more. You can't provide inpatient treatment and outpatient treatment in the same building and mixing the patients. That doesn't fly with your payer sources. It is not an accepted practice in any healthcare facility. And yet they're describing how they want to run a PHP within a treatment facility. Good luck. I would like to know when they can get that paid for, because not one person I have talked to says that that is even possible.
Clarification, not possible from those who fund the treatment?
Yeah,
or
they're not going
who
to
are
pay for it.
Okay.
You can't mix outpatient and inpatient care with the same individual, and you should not mix outpatient and inpatients in the same building where they mix together, where they need to be separated. This is not a home. This is a hospital is not considered a home. And people can go to the hospital and stay there 2 months. It is not their home. A residential treatment center is a lower level of care than a hospital where patients can receive treatment. It is going to be supervised by a physician. They will be admitted based on a physician, discharged based on a physician's order, and they will receive treatment while they're in the home. They'll have, typically, if there's 16 people in this home, there will be 1 or more people in each room. And they will be required to meet the square footage of the bed space for each person. So they have a big hill to climb to get their licensing and certification. And I don't know if they have the knowledge to do that correctly or not. They may never open their doors. But I couldn't find any precedence, and the people helping me, the people gathering information, where is the precedence that you're going to open an inpatient treatment center whatever you want to call it, where people come for a short period of time to receive medical care, and mental health is medical care, in a single-family residential district. It's not where it belongs.
Okay, so that to me raises a considerable issue in terms of, so it would seem, okay, for an example, are you familiar with Port of Hope?
Yes, Port of Hope is not in a single-family residential district.
Is that considered a treatment center or
It
a
is.
group?
It is a non-medical treatment center for the most part. They do have medical staff that do provide some emergency service, and they have a small outpatient. Outpatient treatment should fall under a clinic category of healthcare, because the planning and zoning has, as far as I can tell, I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, you have hospitals, you have medical clinics that include dental, and then you have a category that is a hodgepodge category. It is nursing home, assisted living, retirement home, convalescent, geriatrics, Alzheimer care, and group home. This is where they're trying to put a residential inpatient treatment facility. It's not congruent with any definition of any of these facilities.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Excuse me, are there any other questions at this time? Just so we're aware of the process, after we go into public testimony, the original applicant will have an opportunity to give closing remarks of 5 minutes, and then you will have the opportunity to come back for an additional 5 minutes. And so it's important that both write down the questions and the comments that you hear so that you can respond to those in the closing remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is our applicant here? Hi, thank you for coming forward and sharing your name. Is it the one I couldn't say?
Yeah.
How do you say your last name?
Okay, so it's Rihanna Montanino.
Montanino. Oh, and let's lift that up for you. There you go.
How's
Thank
that?
you. Good. So, Rihanna, I'll let you share your address as we get started.
Okay, so I'm for 819 South Paroline Road in Nampa, Idaho, 83686.
Okay, and go ahead, and you have 7 minutes, and so it's the same thing. You'll have 7 minutes to share with us. We may have questions for you, and then we'll go forward.
Okay, so I wanted to clear up the fact that they said we misrepresented who we are and that we had a treatment facility in Cuna, and that is not accurate. We use that as our mailing address for the Idaho Secretary of State and everything else because we've been working on this process for a really long time, talking to consultants, gathering all this stuff, and learning everything that we could. And then to get into what the ASAM 2.5 is, it is partial hospitalization. It can be done in a residential setting. And we're not reinventing the wheel here. There are actually plenty of other facilities in Idaho already that are running as a home, doing the 2.5 PHP level, and then having people stay during their stay. And the way they do that is it's sober living at night and the partial hospitalization during the day. And so we're not doing anything that isn't already being done all over the place in Idaho. And working with Magellan, they're very familiar with the model. They don't have a problem with it. We've got our survey coming up with the Joint Commission pretty quick here, the pre-survey. And we haven't had anyone express any incongruency with that business model. So it's well documented. It can be done in a group home setting. And I would like to point out, like the assisted living and the nursing homes and things like that, those are medically necessary treatments that are happening in a group home setting. They're often clinically supervised by doctors or nurse practitioners and have clinical staff on duty. And this is not something that is completely out of left field from what is already being done in that group home category.
Thank you. So, keeping in mind that this is the first time City Council has heard this.
Yeah.
Because this is an appeal of something that happened at Planning and Zoning. It might be helpful to have a little bit more of a presentation of what you want to accomplish.
Okay.
If you could.
Yeah, so we want to open a treatment facility, and that's our slang language, that's how we refer to it here, but it is a ASAM 2.5 level partial hospitalization program, which they're revising that language to be high-intensity outpatient, coming up pretty soon here. But we want to do up to a maximum of 16 people, and that doesn't mean that we're going to have 16 people all the time. We just wanted to be very clear on our maximum that we would have. And so they would come for their stay, and that treatment time typically ranges between 14 to 60 days, depending on the individualized treatment plan that they are set up with. So we don't control how long they stay. That is based on their progress through the program and other factors. And so the components of the program include group therapy, so 6 hours per day of group therapy, individual therapy, family therapy as needed, case management, things like that as adjuncts to the primary behavioral health therapy that's going on. And then as part of the thing, we're not going to allow people to come and go. It's going to be a very regulated environment. We feel that's important for our clients and important for the neighborhood. We had a lot of discussions, and we did a lot of contingency planning to make sure that the neighborhood was okay with what we were doing too. Talked with the neighbors a lot before we even did that. So but the building it's like completely ADA compliant. It has fire safety systems. We've installed security cameras and alarms that on every single window and every single door, so that the staff will know exactly the movements of individuals inside the building. And then if someone chooses to leave, this was a big concern at the last hearing, it's not like we just let them walk out the door. We are trying to work out a treatment plan with that individual and work with them if they decide to leave treatment early. We're not going to let them into the neighborhood. We'll work with them to see where they want to go from there. So.
Mayor?
Yes.
Questions?
Yes.
So, Rihanna, you stated that partial hospitalization treatment and then sleep at night treatments during the day. Your sentence inferred to me that people are sleeping there and then going elsewhere during the day.
No, it's inside the building.
Inside the building.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not leaving the property. No. Can you clarify, you said the time frame that somebody would be there was 14, I believe you said 14 days, but I didn't catch 14-2?
It's 14 to 60 days.
60?
Mm-hmm. Typical stay is more around 30, but you have to allow that range depending on how they're progressing with their individual treatment plan. So.
Okay. So you've used the word treatment facility, treatment plan, and at the same time, you've used the word group home. I'm trying to understand, is it a treatment facility?
It's a treatment facility in a group home setting. So.
Okay. Traffic-wise, how would you control somebody coming and going? Is the facility then a lockdown facility?
No, it's not a lockdown facility, but people can only come by appointment only, so it's not like people can just walk in the door.
But people can leave the facility who are checked in.
Correct. So you cannot you can't restrain any person from leaving anywhere without like just cause. You don't have that. Anyone can walk out of any building anytime. That doesn't mean we're just going to let them walk out the building and run amok in the neighborhood.
Right. What I'm trying to understand is.
They don't come and go.
Yeah, because if they leave, are they allowed to come back within 2 hours, 10 hours?
No. They would have to work with us on what they left for, or you can't just walk back in and resume treatment. So,
Okay.
I think just to clarify his question, if an individual did leave the group home, are they out for an extended period of time, or can they just come back within a few hours or a few days? If somebody leaves the home, when are they expected to come back? And if they are not back within that expected period, what happens then?
yeah, if they leave the home, they're considered out without medical leave, against medical advice, AMA, and so they would actually have to come be readmitted.
No matter the period of time?
Yeah, if you're leaving, you're leaving.
So what I'm understanding, it's a confined facility. They cannot confine them and not allow them to leave. However, as part of the treatment, they are required to stay in-house as part of the treatment. So if they were to leave, it would be in violation of the agreement for the treatment. Would that be a safe way to say it?
That's correct.
Okay, just so we understand it correctly. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council?
Mayor Kling.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Just to be honest with you, what I'm struggling with is the lack of documentation that I can look at to see how large of a facility this is, what the size of the property it is that it's on, the circulation on the site. You talk about there not being detention, but it's a self-imposed detention within the facility, not something that is designed to be a detention-type facility. So I assume these are ambulatory people that have the ability to be a part of a congregate home, in a sense. I'm an architect by profession, so what I look at is the size of spaces that are being used by multiple people. So when we're talking about what it's currently able to facilitate use for, and what you're asking for an increase, what I'm struggling with is a lack of documentation giving me that visual, because I'm visual by nature. So most people are. So that's why I think a lot of the questions are coming forward in the way that they're coming forward. When you talk about the ADA and compliance within the facility total, is the building also sprinkled?
Yes.
Okay. So it has fire alarms. You've talked about cameras. All your compliance requirements have been taken care of for ADA compliance within the facility.
Correct.
Okay. So those are the type of things that I can visually see, but I'm not seeing it on a presentation, so that's where I'm struggling at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you guys had access to everything that was part of the original hearing, which included drawings and all
Were
sorts
there
of things.
documentation,
Yeah.
or there was documentation of the building itself?
Correct. Yeah,
No,
large
it's not in
prints
our
and-
packet.
Okay.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
So, just wrapping my head around the group home thought process, are these residents going to be forwarding their mail to this location?
No.
Are they going to consider this their main residence in the sense of registration for vehicles or for elections or anything above the sorts?
No.
I know for me, if I were to check in a hospital or a treatment center, I wouldn't forward my mail because it wouldn't be my residence. It wouldn't be a place I would call home.
Right.
And am correlating similarly this facility or address. These folks are only going to be there for 14 to 60 days, but an average of 30 to receive treatment, but they're staying within the house or the facility. But it wouldn't be considered a home, and that's where I have a little bit of hang up, and I'm allowing you to help me bridge the gap between the two.
Yeah, so not all group homes are permanent residences. They can be temporary in nature, and you can move from different levels of treatment depending on where you're at. And ultimately, the goal for any group residence is to put a person in the least restrictive level of care that they can be in with the disability or the medical need or the behavioral health need that they have. And so we're on that spectrum. It is considered sober living at night. That is a group home thing. And it's as least restrictive as it can be, with the end goal being to return them to independent living.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and I might ask Christy and Rodney, when you come forward next with your presentation, maybe to talk about what the intent of our code is, the definition of that code as it relates to group home. I think we need to understand what that intent and that definition is, if you could, when you guys come forward. But council, do you have, and we will have an opportunity, okay, we have
I have another
Councilman Reynolds, and then we'll come back to Councilman Bills. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. How many bedrooms is the home?
7.
7? Thank you.
Councilman Bills?
So Councilman Haverfield asked about fire suppression, so it has a fire sprinkler system in the home.
Yes, it does.
And so it has fire alarm
Yep.
system as well. Windows, has the building department or occupancy been looked at as far as the windows having egress?
Yeah, as
Proper
far as I know,
egress.
that was all handled before with the planning and zoning.
Okay, so we'll ask them, is the facility considered a lockdown facility, or
No.
can anybody walk out at any time?
They can walk out at any time.
Okay. That's my questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
I have questions for staff then.
Okay, so we haven't had our staff report yet. So I think if you understand the process, so we're going to go through, we'll have the staff report next, then we will have public testimony, then we'll come back and you will have an opportunity to provide additional comments and answer questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Christy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is the review of the appeal of decision of approval for a conditional use permit for a treatment center group care home for 16 or less people. The property is located in a medium-density residential designation on the future land use map, and it is completely surrounded by RS6 zoning. So it is single-family residential for quite a few miles around it. The history of this property: in 2006, it was issued building permits for an assisted living remodel of the structure, which would have the same requirements as what she is discussing tonight. It would have had to have had the appropriate ingress, egress. It would have had to have had sprinkler systems. It would have had to have had ADA accessibility. So in 2006, it met those code requirements. In November 2012, a CUP was approved for an expansion of the existing 8-bed care home by adding another 8 beds with appropriate conditions. In March of 2023, another conditional use permit was approved for an 8+ bed care home. I don't believe that there was any action taken on that conditional use permit, and it expired. In January of 2024, we had a pre-app meeting with Rihanna and discussed the treatment for addiction, partial hospitalization, not on lockdown, and what that looked like and where that fell into in our schedule of uses. In March of 2024, Planning and Zoning Commission approved the location for a group care home with 9+ beds. So the applicable regulations here are the Fair Housing Act, which is acknowledged in our comprehensive plan. And according to the Fair Housing Act, at both federal and state levels, you cannot prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. The Fair Housing Act covers land use and zoning. So in this case, because they are receiving treatment, they would be considered disabled. The definition for a group residence dwelling or group care home: a dwelling unit which physically and or mentally handicapped or elderly persons legally reside as a single housekeeping unit who are supervised at this group residence in connection with their handicap or age-related infirmity. A group residence is a permitted use in all areas where a residential use has been entitled or permitted. This would be considered a home occupation, and a licensed group home is allowed to have employees based on their licensing requirements and the number of people they have staying there. According to 1032 in our schedule of land uses, as stated, nursing home, assisted living center, retirement home, convalescent, geriatrics, Alzheimer's care, hospice, and group care home of 9+ beds is allowed in an RS zone with a conditional use permit. As such, a group care home and hospice is also allowed outright without a conditional use permit for up to 8 beds. The Planning and Zoning Commission determined that this conditional use permit met all of the criteria as outlined in code. The correspondence that was received was from the school district, where they are concerned about the people that would be residing here and the location of the school bus stops. Code compliance stated that they didn't have any issues with the property, aside from if they do have an auxiliary parking area, that it should be on a dustless surface of gravel. And then the engineering division does not oppose this application, and they did have some comments about the right-of-way and, general improvements. Nampa Fire indicated that they inspected this in 2017, and if you have any questions, Ron is here and ready to answer those questions. The building department has researched the permits and says that in early 2000s it was appropriately converted. And John is here to answer those questions if you should have any for him. The immediately surrounded uses of the property, like I stated, they were all residential, and there is currently a vacant lot behind the property. Parking will be calculated at a rate of 1 per 5 beds plus 1 per regular employee. The driveway is 45 feet deep from the back of the sidewalk to the front of the garage, providing parking in the driveway for 4 vehicles, and then there is enough room on the property for an auxiliary parking area, should they need it. Group care facilities are a necessary service in our community. This project addresses the goals for care for special needs individuals as stated in our comprehensive plan. The proposed group care facility will not adversely affect the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity through the design, construction, operation, and maintenance, because it will not change its residential appearance and has been in operation without incident since 2006. So these are the conditions of approval that were stated in the staff report. The CUP shall be issued to Rihanna Montenegro only and cannot be transferred to a separate owner or location. These are the adopted findings of approval that were found by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I can go through them if you like. Again, it's the 5 criteria for meeting the conditional use permit, which talks about the comprehensive plan, the Fair Housing Act, the consolidated plan that's outlined in the comprehensive plan, how it will affect the properties around it and the uses that are intended there, and then that it will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community, because the primary use of the property will be residential and will support the housing of a special needs group. The proposed care facility will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person's property or general welfare by reason of excessive noise, traffic, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors, because it will retain its residential appearance and operation will remain compatible with the nearby residents. So these are the motions for your determination tonight. Now, they're the opposite of what we would normally look at. Should you choose to deny the appeal in front of you tonight, you would be effectually approving the conditional use permit to continue with 9+ beds. If you approve the appeal that is before you tonight, you would be denying the conditional use permit for the 9+ beds. But that doesn't necessarily mean that a group care home up to 8 beds would not still be permitted. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Councilman Haverfield and then Bills.
Thank you. Christie, I heard it, or I've seen it in the packet, that this is an RS6 zone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What do you know is the classification or occupancy of the building? Is it an institutional? Is it residential? What is the classification of the building?
Councilman Haverfield, I do not know building code, so I would not be able to answer that
There's
question. I
someone
would have John.
with the building department that can speak to the International Building Code classification for the building?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mayor. council members. Right now, currently, it's zoned residential. It was built on, obviously originally as a residential home, and through the years, it's been modified to the residential building code. But when they did do this in 2007, somebody thought far enough ahead, and when they got the permit to remodel, knowing it would be an assisted living, they had the bathrooms meet ADA. There was an accessible ramp put in there. The windows were enlarged to help with egress. The doors and everything, they had to meet ADA and all the egress compliance. So they did build above and beyond what was required by the residential code, but it would still be considered a residential building.
So at your determination, is it an institutional classification or is it a residential classification?
In my looking at it, I would say it's still a residential.
So would that be an R3 or an R4?
R4.
Do you know? R4. So that's important. And then when I'm looking at the zoning code for RS, it's not daycare, so I'm not finding what classification this use would fall under in an RS zone to be compliant or not compliant. So maybe that's a Christie question.
Yes. Councilman Haberfield, this would fall under, it's the last, almost the last box under the residential uses, and I can't, actually, it's on here. Nursing home, assisted living center, home, retirement home. That's the category under the residential land uses on the chart.
Yeah, I wasn't finding that. So it's allowed to be approved by conditional use?
Correct.
Okay, otherwise it's not an approved use until it is approved by conditional use.
For 9+ beds.
What?
For 9 or more beds,
9
it has
or
to have a
more.
conditional use permit. If it has 8 beds, up to 8 beds, it's a permitted use.
Okay, so it's permitted now.
Correct.
What they're hoping to do is increase that, and you're okay with the type of construction, the fact that it's sprinkled, it's a safe building for those people to be in. Have you toured the building?
Mayor, council member, I have not. I don't believe any of our inspectors have been in there since 2007. So saying that we've been in there, nothing's changed. But from my documentation and the R4 requirements with it being sprinklered, they are allowed to have up to 16 people in there with that.
Okay, so to Councilman Bill's question as far as egress for the sleeping rooms, are you aware if they meet that requirement? It sounds like that's still yet to be determined.
Council member, it's still yet to be determined, but based on the material or the information I have in our files, when they did submit plans, that they did meet the requirements at the time.
So are there plans available for your review?
Not currently, no. There's no new plans.
So if there are assembly spaces, you're unaware of the potential for there to be assembly spaces in the building as well?
Correct.
Okay. That's where my concern lies, the lack of documentation that tells us that it's a safe environment. We're hearing that they meet ADA. The fact that it's sprinkled normally would indicate that it is safe from a fire department because it's self-suppressing, but access is the concern as well. So the number of occupants in any sleeping room would have to be, it's not like a congregate setup where there's more than probably 2 people per bedroom, is that correct?
As far as I understand, council members, that's correct.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to.
Thank you, because it is a time for questions rather than discussion. So a quick question. Councilman Bills had a question. I have a question. When there's 16, we're looking at 16 people, but there are 7 bedrooms. I'm not sure where we would put. And so are there requirements that you have to limit a bedroom? Are there square footage requirements, do you know, in a group home?
Mayor, council members, I'd have to research that. I don't know if it's, if you have a 20 by 10, you can just throw 2 beds in or not. I'd have to research and get back with you.
Okay. Does someone know the square footage of this property, the home? Okay, someone said it's 3,100 square feet, so, okay. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor.
Councilman Bills, and then Councilman Bills and then Reynolds. Was that you, Dale? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, my question's for Christie. So under the code, how do you define motel, extended stay, and that part?
Councilman Bills, I don't know the definition right off the top of my head, but it would be probably not extended stay, but a short-term stay that it has a fee involved with it.
So somebody who's staying 14 days to 60 days and not changing a mailing address, is that considered more like a motel, extended stay, as opposed to a residency
Well,
under our code?
we don't regulate Airbnbs. People come and go in those all the time, and those are not categorized as motels. They're still considered to be residential.
Mayor, I have the definition of hotel motel in our code. It is a commercial establishment offering paid lodging in multiple rooms or suites on a short-term basis, less than 31 days.
Okay, thank
So
you.
do we have anything in our code regarding Airbnb?
So several years ago, and I'm looking to our attorney here, several years ago, there was a state law that was passed about Airbnbs, and it limited our abilities to regulate Airbnbs. And so we have very limited ability to say anything about where Airbnbs can go. Again, I'm looking to Victor for confirmation of that.
Mayor and Council.
I'll let you, pull your mic. There you go. Turn that thing on. Thanks.
Mayor and Council, Mr. Ashby's correct.
Okay, so Councilman Reynolds.
Madam Mayor, John, I have a question for you. And it's to follow up to what the mayor said about the room size. So if we're going to assume that 7 bedrooms, there's going to be 3 people in one room and goes up to 16, and then 2 in the rest. Is there an ADA requirement that's for space that they would have to have in a bedroom? Like, there is with an ADA bathroom for turnaround space, et cetera.
Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, I'd have to research that again, because what they did originally is they took a garage, and if you see the ground view there on Google Maps, they converted the garage into some bedrooms and stuff. So I know the bathrooms, they addressed ADA and egress. There is a ramp out front, but I don't know I'd have to get back with you on the areas for that in the bedrooms.
Thank you.
Aaron? On the coattails of that, so don't run just yet. Is there anything within the code or ADA classifications not allowing bunk beds or a situation like that? Because once again, we come back to it's 7 bedrooms. How are we going to fit 16 ADA approved beds in 7 bedrooms? And that's not counting the living spaces or the kitchen or anything else. Any elaboration on that?
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, I think we're starting to cross in from building into the medical care facility requirements in that instance, because as you look at it, in the building code, there are exceptions. As long as everybody can get out, or if they need assistance, then that's going to start changing your egress abilities. As far as bunk beds and stuff, I would probably assume that you put that on the caretakers and what kind of program they're running there, because obviously in that situation you may not have to be able to have bunk beds.
So I do have a question for you regarding building then. You had mentioned the garage, and I see the image on the screen, was converted. What year was that converted? Was this before or after the 2007 when the last building inspector had gone into the building?
So Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, this was done in 2007. The February of 2007 is when the permit was issued.
And that was the last time we had been in?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor, follow-up question. John, looking at the elevation of the property that's before us, it would appear the garage conversion, that those windows are lower to the floor and a little greater in square inches than the existing within the brick. What would it look like the original construction and the existing windows would be higher off the floor possibly, but the floor raises. So I'm just double checking if we know or whether we need to, through this process, review whether those existing windows meet fire egress.
Mayor, Councilmember Bills,
Maybe
I would
Mr.
say that.
Johnson may be able to answer that.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Bills. So as far as them occupying this building, they will still need a fire inspection from us for their license. And during that time is when we double check all the doors and windows, all the egress components, make sure that the sprinkler system and alarm system are all still up to speed. Actually, we get reports on those, and they are all up to speed right now. So there will be one more opportunity for us to go in before they're approved to actually occupy, to do all that.
Okay, thank you for the reminder.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
one last question for Christie.
Okay.
I thought I heard you say that the individuals that will be in this facility are handicapped. Does that mean that they're non-ambulatory or still ambulatory?
Councilman Haverfield, the term handicapped applies to a broad range of people. They don't necessarily fall into the ambulatory versus non-ambulatory category. A handicapped person could just be receiving treatment for an addiction. They would still fall under the same protection.
The reason I ask the question is it goes to the reality of care that they're receiving. If they are unable to assist themselves, then they're going to have to be assisted by someone else in the event of a fire or otherwise to get out of the building. So that's some of the questions kind of drive that decision on our part, whether it's residential or institutional. And so what I'm hearing is that this is a residential, which means that they are all ambulatory and not needing assistance. Or if they do need assistance, they need to be special provisions for them. So that's where part of the review of the documentation, the code analysis should go along with this, would state how they are complying with the International Building Code or the NFPA, whatever you choose to enforce.
Councilman Haverfield, as stated by Chief Johnson, that will all have to be taken care of before they can get occupancy of the building, and that will be handled through the building permit process.
Thank you.
Could I, just a real quick comment and question. It sounds almost though, as Councilman Haverfield, that we're talking about a different licensing element rather than a building code element of whether they have someone in that building that can get themselves out versus not. So is there, and which leads to the question, is there a licensing component to this? And if so, and what I'm struggling with is the treatment facility versus a group home. When you look at our code, it appears, they're homes, right? It's an assisted living, would have to go back to that, but they're all various homes, assisted living home. There's a hospice, a home in there mentioned, and then a couple of others. This has been talked about as a treatment facility. So in our code, we have treatment facilities that have a totally different zoning, like our urgent care facilities, other locations that are actually like a hospital and treatment facilities versus our homes that can set in a residential. And so I'm just curious, I mean, this answer it's a given, but why does a treatment facility have a different zoning? What is the reason for that?
Mayor Kling.
Rather than a group home.
What you're talking about is an actual medical facility, which is a commercial or an institutional use. This would be a place where people would eat and sleep and get their treatment all in one location. So it isn't a commercial facility as it is so much a living facility where they are also receiving treatment.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing is that the fact that it's a treatment facility does not impact the zoning based on how we interpret our zoning. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
So Mayor, I hope I can clarify this. A group home is the definition we have. We don't have a treatment center definition in our code. We have a group home definition, and that includes treatment of individuals within that group home. So it is only a group home. That is the definition, and that is the definition that state and federal code gives us. We have to turn to that language of a group home. And so we don't have a specific location for what you're describing as a treatment center. It is just treatment received in a group home.
In a group home. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay, are there any? Yes?
So follow up to that, where I'm still struggling is a hospital person can stay there for 60 days, go through surgery, rehab, physical rehab, and discharge, and they're out. And yet we treat that based on definition of the facility, but yet if we call it a group home, then we say, well, you're okay in the residential, but if you're only there for 14 days and you've been treated and you're gone and somebody else comes in the door and somebody else comes in the door, I'm struggling differentiating between residential home, group home, living there for extended time versus coming and going, which seems to be a treatment facility, medical facility, more than it does a residential home. Even though they're sleeping overnight, you stay at the hospital, you sleep overnight. So I need a little more clarification, if we even have it defined in our city code.
Yeah, I think, and I'm looking to our attorney again here, but our group home definition is based on a disability of some kind, right? And so because of that disability, that is what qualifies it as a group home. It's a protected class. And what Todd Lakey, our attorney, has told me as we crafted this language years ago, he said, someone recovering from alcoholism and trying to recover has to be protected under that definition of a disability. That has been established in the courts, that is considered a disability. So a group home is somewhere that people live and can receive treatment, but are not under the care of the corrections of the state of Idaho. But they live and get treated in that home. Again, I'm looking to our attorney for clarity there.
Please, here we go. Mayor and council, I guess I can't give a quick answer and say, well, like my previous one, which was Ronnie was right, but let me try to articulate what our state code is, what the Fair Housing Act says, and what our city code says, okay? So Rodney is correct with respect to persons being treated for alcoholism, for example. They are considered disabled. Okay, so that's the first definition. I don't think we have a problem with that. I think that the struggle we're having here, what I'm hearing council asking, is when does a home not become a home anymore? I think that's really what I'm hearing. And for some guidance, one of the things I look to is I'm looking at Idaho Code 676531, and that code section specifically states, for the purposes of any zoning law, ordinance, or code, the classification of single-family dwelling shall include any group residence in which 8 or fewer unrelated persons with disabilities or elderly persons reside and who are supervised at the group residence in connection with their disability. Okay, so you've heard thus far that the current use of this property has 8 individuals in there. And, looking at that with the backdrop of the Fair Housing Act, right, the city cannot do anything to say, okay, well, there's 8 people there, being treated for alcoholism, that's not a residence. Under the law, we have to call it a residence, okay? What happens now when you have more than, requests from more than 8 people? That's what triggers the conditional use permit. And that's why you have the CUP in front of you. Now, I think it's a great question, is when does it stop becoming a house at that point? Is it 9, 10, 16, 20? I'm going to give you the famous city attorney answer that I give in any city.
It depends.
There you go. Mayor, what was it again, the answer?
It depends.
It depends, right? Any attorney who's worth any salt is going to tell you it depends because it's very fact specific. And so looking at this, one of the other things that the city council should consider though too, and there was a question posed, is the length of stay, because that's something that federal courts will look at. And, you know, there's one decision that says 5 months. That's a significant stay that, you know, it would still be considered a residence. There's actually case law that says 14.8 days would be considered a residence at that point as well, right? But I think we're still looking at, under this, I'm looking at this under this vacuum of 8 individuals. Once you start increasing that number of individuals, and that's kind of, I mean, I can't tell you, but this is where the electeds are going to have to articulate this, is when are too many people, you know, when are 8, 9, 10, when is that too much, and when does that cease becoming a residence? That would be the question to consider.
Thank you for that
Do you like
explanation.
I'm kind of weaving in and out of there, but, you know, I'm sorry, I can't give you a black and white answer.
It takes us to a place. So we have 2 comments, Rodriguez and then Haverfield.
Thank you. So this is for Victor, because I need some clarification, again. So, however, when you talk about a treatment center, home environment, that's what we're dealing with. And if it's specifically designed to treat one, let's say alcoholism, but within that mindset, there is other issues, medical, physical, that direct us to, let's say, alcoholism, such as mental issues, physical, and other addictions. It's just not that. So now we're going into different aspects of treatment, which would change our zone, correct?
Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, no.
No.
Actually, the modality is not what triggers this. You know, the Fair Housing Act prescribes discrimination in the sale of a dwelling due to a handicap. Okay, handicap can be physical, it can be, again, substance abuse.
I see.
The modality isn't what triggers this. And again, I'm going to go back to reading what Idaho Code says. A single-family residence, which is what triggers the Fair Housing Act, is 8 individuals or less. So I read that to mean after 8 individuals, now you have something else. What is that? That's what triggers the conditional use component of this. And that's what you're being asked to decide tonight.
Okay.
Which is, I really appreciate that.
clarity for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. I think really at hand, it has to do with the 9+ beds. Anytime you go over 9, as this says, then it is a conditional use permit. Because then it becomes a treatment facility as other treatment facilities that are not single-family residential homes. So the number of beds, and it is allowed up to 8 beds, in a single-family environment. It's when you go over that, and that's why our conditional use permit, as our attorney said. So this is a public hearing, so how about if we move into public testimony, I think, and then we will come back to discussion, if it's a question, and then, yes, because we have been discussing, and I think we want to stay really clear.
Mayor, I don't want to keep pounding on something that I'm not sure of, but I'm not sure of where the 8 came from. Because per the Life Safety Code, 4 is what is stated when it comes to ambulatory healthcare occupancies per the Life Safety Code are those occupancies in which 4 or more patients are being treated simultaneously and are incapable of self-preservation because of either treatment, anesthesia, or the nature of the injury or illness. So that's what I'm reading as far
Are
as...
you reading that in our land use code?
I'm reading this in the life safety code.
Okay,
Councilman
so-
Haberfield?
Yes.
Land use code in Title 10 is based on state law.
Okay.
What you're reading is based on building code. Those are two different things.
But in
And
my world,
they have
they
to have-
have to work together.
They have to have the ADA provisions and the sprinkler systems and the alarm systems for anything over the 4 that you're talking about. So 5 and more, they have to have all of those facilities. As long as they have all of those facilities in place and they meet building code, they can have 8 in the building per state code.
Per state code, it does stay 8, it says 8 somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, again, that's not in concert with what the life safety code is, and that's why I'm confused. When I look at designing a building, it's based upon the life safety code because that's what's important. But that goes to a lot of other avenues. I don't want to get on rabbit trails, but again, if
So
we're
this
being
is-
asked to give a recommendation or an approval.
Which is land use.
Right.
So this is based on land use, as that says in front of us, the land use
So
program.
I would just ask our building official to make sure that what ends up being, if this gets approved, that the building is safe.
And that should come later.
Right.
Because we're not yet even into public hearing. So let's save that statement till the end. Councilman Griffin said he has a question.
It is a question, and it's
Thank
for
you.
Christie. And it might possibly bounce back to Victor. If the state code is 8 beds, why do we even have, as a CUP, 9+?
Councilman Griffin, specifically for the reason that is here before you this evening.
Could you say that a little louder?
Specifically for the reason that is here before you this evening. They would like the option to do more, should it be necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to stop our questions at this point. I think I should have a little bit to go. I'd like to move into public testimony at this time.
Madam Mayor, we do have someone signed up, and that is Walter. I'm going to, thank you.
And is Walter the only one signed up at this time?
Yes, he is.
I'm going to say before Walter starts, and thank you for sharing your address, your name again and your address, but if there's
Walter
anyone
Boguski.
else, be ready.
Walter Boguski, 262 High Street, which is an oxymoron, Nampa, Idaho. I've been working as a substance abuse counselor, licensed counselor for the last 15 years here in Nampa. I've been working with the substance abuse population. This isn't about housing. This is about people dying. We've got a pandemic going on. I'm going to work with them as a counselor, hopefully, so we can help people. Yeah, it's a medical condition, 100%. I teach what's known as the medical model, where addiction is hereditary, most likely. I've worked with 10,000 plus addicts and alcoholics. I don't worry what the substance is. Substance isn't the problem. Substance is a temporary cure to the problem. The problem is the way they have been raised, their thought systems, their belief systems, and their perceptions, which drive their actions. It's pretty bad when someone who does drugs has to carry fentanyl with them. We've got 5 to 7 people a week dying in the Treasure Valley area alone. That doesn't include shootings. That doesn't include auto accidents. That's just overdosing. All substances are now cut with fentanyl. I have seen whole families changed. I'm also a licensed, I can marry people. And I've married 3 of my clients, and they have now families. They've got jobs. They're happy. They're not living on the street. My wife has, I'm in recovery too, 28 years. My wife has on our bedroom wall, I remember the days for when I prayed for what I got today. I am blessed. to serve this population. I should be dead numerous times over. But I am blessed. And I've been doing it a long time right here in Nampa. I've been doing 2.5 since it first came out 4 years ago. I put together 2 programs. I've worked in numerous places, 2 places where I can say I've worked with the PHP program. I know how it works. I know what it needs. I can't tell you the square inches a person needs to be in a room, but I can tell you we've got a lot less in these rooms than I've seen in other places right here in Nampa. And I've seen bunk beds right here in Nampa. We want to give people,
Madam Mayor, time.
that's it. Thank you.
Question, Mayor?
Thank you so much.
So have you seen the exact thing or worked in a residential house in a residential neighborhood with 16 occupants?
Yes, right now I'm working in a place that has 60 occupants in a residential neighborhood in...
Was that 60 or 16?
60.
60?
60. And they live in, we've got 4 duplexes, sets of duplexes that they live in. I've worked with Port of Hope 12 years of my career. They've got up to 20 people, I guess, where they can stay. I worked in a home outside out on Sky Ranch Road in a mansion. They had 24 people in there.
That was county. Thanks for answering the question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, there is no one else that did advance sign up.
You know what? Yes and no. And so in that you're not signed up, though, you are welcome to testify. So if someone, how many people had intended to testify? There are several. Okay, so just come up one at a time. You can kind of line up if you want to and just share your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to share. So whoever wants to go first, and then someone can get right behind him and just be ready to go.
My name is Mark Mitchell. I live at 12355 Landau Way. This really hits close to my heart because I have a nephew that has been addicted and also been through care facilities. It's very, very hard to watch what it's done to a family. It is not always the family's fault. He was brought up, plenty of money, plenty of time, very much involved. It was just a matter of he sought his own way. It's sad that our federal government has taken the stance that if you get yourself addicted to drugs, that you are now disabled. It's sad that they put them in that category because Alzheimer's, when my dad got it, was not a choice. Also, it was not a choice when I watched my father-in-law die with cancer. So there's some things that are a choice in this life, and there are some things that are not. To put this house in a residential facility or area, I think would be a massive mistake. On the lending side of things, the house falls under a completely different category. You cannot get a single-family residential loan. It has to be a commercial loan. And also, if the appraiser finds out it is an addiction type of area, it will definitely come out on the appraisal, which will affect people around them. So if you're trying to sell your house 2 or 3 doors down and they find out, which would be very likely because they have to do their due research on that, it will affect the value of that home. Theft is higher in those areas. Drugs is higher in those areas. It's just common knowledge. I do apologize because it is needed. These kind of facilities are needed, but not in single-family residential. As the gentleman stated, it was 4 plexes that he had 60 people in. It was not a single-family residential. That's a completely different zoning. So I would really take that into consideration for those that are around there that have invested their lives into their home. It is, for most all of us, the biggest piece of property or asset that we have to draw from in retirement and or sell in retirement. and it could affect neighbors around them. Thank you.
Mayor, question.
Thank you. Yes.
Are you, those are profound statements. Are you a lender? Are you
Yes.
a real estate agent?
I'm a licensed mortgage lender. I have my NMLS license.
So you would consider yourself a professional when it comes to real estate?
On lending, yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, who was next? Thank you.
My name is Michael Musgrave. I live at 877 South Rangipo Avenue in Kuna, Idaho. And for transparency, I'm one of the owners in the LLC, New Dawn. I have a lot of things I want to say, but I'm going to stick with my prepared remarks here. I'm a lifelong resident of Kuna, as are my partners. Nampa residents are part of the Kuna community. Children with Nampa addresses go to Kuna schools. Like, I grew up going to school with them. And I say that to note that we're the same community in many ways. Those of us who grew up there or live there view Nampa as in our backyard. We don't just see it as another place. I think there's a lot of confusion that came with us coming and this scary overbroad thing where Rihanna was the face of this corporation. Shandy Nelson noted in her appeal that an internet search revealed the New Dawn opened for business 5/30/24. I believe she meant 5/30/23, as that is when the entity was created with the Secretary of State. She noted in her supporting documents that Rihanna was misleading, as she suggested it was her first time working with an addiction treatment home, and the Secretary of State certification was filed with my address as the principal address. She implied we are currently running this business out of my home. Members from the neighborhood who were working on this appeal put in public records requests for my address with the city of Kuna. They requested police and fire station records and any record the city had with our business name listed as my address. Both requests returned the results denied. Records do not exist. To clarify, the entity was started in May of 2023, and it had to be listed with the Secretary of State for us to open a bank account. This happens to all startups. Their main location has not been purchased. They still have to have a mailing and whatnot for banking and all those things. Shortly after our first hearing, a gal who set up our NPI that they noted to you guys, the provider number, got a phone call from Maria Hambley, who was a speaker at that first hearing, and she quizzed them about the facility in Kuna, namely my house. All of this led to me coming home on April 4th, shortly after that first meeting, to my home surrounded by police officers. They told me that they were tipped off that I was running a rehab there. They would not disclose any more information for privacy reasons, but the police presence and public record of the high priority police call to my home suggests that they were told something nefarious. These actions seem to be out of desperation or gotcha moment they could use in this appeal. I just want to let you know she pulled those EMS calls on my house. She stated to you guys that she believed that my house was a treatment facility, but she failed to mention there were 0 EMS calls to my house. She's literally put this together to be her own thing. If she was being transparent and honest with you guys, she would have noted in there that, yes, I believe there's a treatment center running there. She said that, but no calls were made to it. It's just every piece of her stuff came to go against us. There wasn't full transparency.
Madam Mayor, time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Who's next?
My name's Anthony Montanino, and my address is 2801 West Aquamarine Street, Kuna, Idaho. So I'm going to try to clear up a couple of the things here. As far as this home that we are trying to get this conditional use permit for has already been approved since 2007 or 2006 for exactly what we're doing, except we're going to have a treatment, or I guess if we would have named our company a New Dawn Group Home, would we even be arguing a lot of these issues is one of my questions. Because we named it a treatment facility, a New Dawn Addiction and Treatment Center, I feel like we're getting off topic as far as what it is. I mean, it is a group home, and we're not, like my wife had said previously, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. This is happening all over, not only the state, but the city.
in the county. I mean, this type of treatment is actually happening in a lot of places within Nampa, Boise, Caldwell, all around this area. Sorry, I'm nervous. But anyways, yes, we're not trying to take and do anything different than what's already been being done in this home. I mean, it's already been approved for a conditional use permit as of 2023. It was approved again for a conditional use permit. Exactly what we're here for. We didn't touch anything as far, we didn't remodel anything. All we did is made sure that the sprinklers were up to code, all the things that we needed to do to make sure that we can get approval through the fire department. We're not trying to change anything. Now, as far as the level of care goes, you're wondering if people can get out and, okay, what if somebody there can't take care of themselves? That's too high of a level of care for our facility. We can't have that type. That's why my wife was explaining it's a 2.5 level of care. These people actually can take care of themselves. We're just trying to help them with the treatment of drugs and alcohol so we can get them to reintegrate into society in a safe manner. They're not disabled, they're not bedridden, anything like that. If that was the case, they would go to a different facility. That's not what our facility, they are able to get out of the building if there's an emergency and all that stuff. As far as I am a licensed real estate agent with Coldwell Banker, and as far as they pointed out 2 of the different properties in here, they're completely different properties. One's an income generating multifamily home versus single residence. It's completely off basis for any type of, we call it CMA, comparative market analysis. And I honestly, in my professional opinion, unless we change the physical appearance of that home, because it would be still sold as a single-family residence home. So there's no difference. It's not going to affect the market value of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody up there.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Cindy Bixler. I live at 1905 South Robinson Boulevard. I'm actually in the county, not in your city, but I am a property owner on South Powerline Road.
Can you just pull it a little closer? You have a soft voice, but thank you.
I do.
Yeah.
I come here as a Nana to 10, 11, no? A mother of 5, and a fierce advocate for children. I spent 10 years of my life being a guardian ad litem for the 3rd Judicial District.
Thank you.
I am not okay with this facility being so close to schools and children. I was married to an addict for 12 years. My daughter has been an addict. We've been through the crap. Putting 16 men in a 3,100 square foot house next door to children is not okay in any condition. These guys are going to be explosive. They're there because they have to be there. It's been represented that they're there because they want to be there. That changes. An addict goes from wanting help to not wanting help in a split second. And it can be very volatile. So I'm asking you to think about our kids. There's 3 bus stops within, how far, Shandy?
One's just catty corner, it's on Powerline.
3 bus stops within 100 feet? How far is the school? 300 feet?
It's a little over 500. You're talking about Sherman Elementary? If you put that map up, you can see.
2 football fields from this house is an elementary school. I'm a supporter for treatment of addicts. I was married to one. But this isn't the place. Please consider the children.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Erin Lee, and I live at 819 South Powerline Road. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I am in recovery. I've been in recovery for 10 years. I'm 7 months pregnant. from the outside looking in, people would say, oh, you're a recovering addict, you don't deserve to be a mom. I have worked at places called Moonlight Mountain Recovery. I now work for the Department of Health and Welfare, helping clientele that have DD, that are DD clients. When I worked at places like Moonlight Mountain, our house was directly across the street from a bus stop. These people aren't violent. These people do not go after children. I hear everybody's concerns, and I get it. I'm scared to death that I'm going to have to face this with my own child. But places like Moonlight, which, by the way, is on Hawaii, there's two, not even 5 minutes from us. I mean, if they deserve to be here, we deserve to be here. That place has helped a handful of my loved ones, including my husband. So I just feel that this is a need. I feel like I hear everyone's concerns, but at the same time, these people, I'm not violent. I'm not a violent person. I don't go after children. I'm excited to be a first-time mom. There has never been any issues with bus stops being across from these places, of children being in harm. It's just when you don't work in this field, when you're not in recovery, you don't understand it. And I hear it and I get it, it's scary. But at the same time, we all deserve a chance. And I'm grateful that I went through a place like we're trying to open. A handful of us that are a part of opening this all went through Moonlight, and we are all here safe, sober, and productive members of society. And I just appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have,
Hi, I'm Shandy Nelson. I live at 819 South Florence Street. I apologize if I kind of skip around. I was taking notes as people were talking. And I think one of the big things that you guys weren't able to hear about the Planning and Zoning Commission when we were speaking is that those of us that are against this property are not against the people. We're not against the need. We're not against treatment centers. We're specifically talking about this location. And so I'm just going to try and bring it back to the location. The residents in our neighborhood have overwhelmingly agreed that the location of this business will change the environment of our community. We submitted 100 petitions of residents that are saying, no, not this neighborhood. We may not have an HOA, we're not a track, but we do stand together, we do look out for each other, and we are a residential neighborhood. We live there day to day, like that's our place. We call it our home. The fact is that A New Dawn is a dual business. It's treatment, and then in the evening, sober living, which means that I pay rent. So it's a treatment facility that I'm paying rent for a short amount of time. Patients are meant to be here, like we said, less than 30 days. 14 to 16 is what they had said. When we called the insurance, they were saying that for a PHP, they usually do 2 weeks is what they'll approve for. People can say they're going to offer as many, but that tends to be what it is. 2 weeks, if people stay for 2 weeks, they're not living for 2 weeks. And I think that's what I'm trying to go back to. I did have questions, and I apologize. I had no idea that happened to your residents. I had several questions, and they were the same questions that you have. We are kind of caught on the number of 16 people living, 7 bedrooms. How do you divide that? But we also are forgetting that I believe there's a case manager that stays there, is my understanding. I'm not sure. These are just questions I have about medical being there. Is there a therapist that lives there? When we're talking about people going in and out, we're focusing on the residents, but I want to go back to, like, there's group therapies. So I'm also talking about the families that are coming and going, or the other treatment places that are coming and going, and we're talking about traffic on the road. I don't know if you've been on Powerline. Of course you have, but it's one way both ways, and this is one house in from the corner. So you had to sign up for the planning and zoning. I pulled over to try and grab one of the flyers, and I was afraid to open my door. It's so narrow right there. So when we're talking about parking and people visiting, it's not great for that area. Now, when we're talking about traffic, we also consider that there are sometimes calls from the police and the fire, and they said that they can get to that facility, but what is that going to do to the road there and the construction when we have all of these emergency vehicles that are present? So that's also a comment that we're trying to have. There are schools that are dropping off the buses there, dropping off students there, right? There's not always sidewalks on Powerline 2, so the question would be, okay, we're going to talk to the buses if there are
is an incident at this home, what is the policy? What are we going to do? How are the kids going to be safe walking back and forth with the congestion and things like that? I'm out of time.
Madam Mayor, time.
Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My name is Tristan. I live at 819 South Powerline Road. I am the house manager that lives there, and some of the questions that I've heard, like I'm one of those people that we're referring to. We're not allowing our clients to be out in the front yard. They're not allowed outside in the front without somebody like myself or one of our employees taking them from the front door to a van and then back into the house. Our house is surrounded by a 6'6" fence in the back. Unless we tell people what we're doing, nobody would know what we're doing. But from what I understand, we can do this with up to 8 people and not have to worry about it. So with us trying to get 16, it's bringing us out to, try to help as much as we can and do what we can. And I hear a lot of people concerned about the congestion and the traffic on Powerline because it's so busy, and so is Amity, yet there's a bus stop on the corner of 2 very busy streets, and that doesn't seem to be an issue. I would suggest, if at all, taking a look and possibly getting that moved, whether it's close to our house or further away. That's a very dangerous spot. Our surrounding neighbors that I've talked to in the last couple of days, for instance, our direct neighbor who just had a son, knows exactly what we're doing, and he's all for what we're doing. I've been able to walk over to his house without him there with his permission and grab his tractor and use his tractor to move some stuff when we had snow or whatever the case is, or go in there and grab tools. We get painted as bad people because of what you see in movies. And yes, there are terrifying people that are, alcoholics and drug addicts. But I'm one of those terrifying people that, I was an alcoholic addict. I have a son on the way. I have a 15-year-old now. I've spent a lot of time trying to help out the best I can. After I lost my brother to addiction 7 years ago, this really sparked that passion to try to recreate and put something in place that is more accessible for people like my brother who passed away, that didn't have the financial side of things to really get into one of these elite treatment centers around the world. We are a small facility. We have a doctor on staff, we have counselors, we have house manager, we have 24/7 people there. And, it's something that we're going to monitor to make sure that our neighbors are safe and sound. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's next? And then do we have one more? How many more do we have to go? Just one more? Okay.
You never know when I'm going to come up here. I'm Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way in Nampa, and didn't have any idea that I was going to come up here tonight, but this is pretty near and dear to my heart. You'd probably be surprised at how many treatment centers are in our community, and you don't even know that they're there. We were just talking tonight about the community family shelter and not being able to fund it with CDBG funds or having enough money for the Narcan that was put in for CDBG also. Couldn't afford that. Most people that are going into treatment facilities want to go into treatment facilities. It's about keeping families together, and that's the whole point of the community family shelter. And we can't fund that. So if we have these facilities, or whatever you want to call them, group homes, treatment centers, whatever you want to call them, it gets down to these technicalities of what you're calling it. If they're not there, we're not helping to prevent problems that are happening in our community. The community family shelter has 14 rooms, 4 beds per room. It's in a residential neighborhood. But like I said, most of it looks like an assisted living home. Most people don't even know that it's a shelter, to tell you the truth. Well, you know that, what it looks like. I, myself, some of you might know, some of you don't know, but I have 24 years of sobriety myself, and I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today if it wasn't for a treatment facility of this type. So I think I'm a pretty productive member of our community, pretty active, as most of you know, and I am really tired of hearing of NIMBYism, you know, not in my backyard, not the right place, not, you know, no place is the right place, apparently, for anybody that needs help like this, for those kind of people or the kind of people that I am. So I would fully support of you guys doing this. Thanks.
I didn't anticipate getting up here either, but I live directly across the street.
Sorry, can you state your name and address?
My name is Melinda Georgeson. I live at 812 South Power Line Road, directly across the street from this facility. I got the opportunity yesterday to tour it with the people who will be running it. They came across to talk to us about the different papers that were circulated to our houses, and I had just got home and I hadn't even seen it yet. But I went inside and I got it and I brought it back out, and we're going over it with them, and they offered to have my husband and I tour their place. And so if any questions about that, I can answer those, how many beds or whatever. But I'm also a real estate agent. I'm not as seasoned as others here. I'm a real estate agent. My husband's a general contractor. I grew up in a combined family. My mom had 3, my dad had 3. They got married, have 5. I'm the oldest of the last 5. My husband and I have 6 kids with 1 more on the way, right across the street. And my biggest concern is one of them came over to talk to me about it and ask what my concerns are, because they were upset and very passionate about the situation, upset about what was being circulated around. And I hadn't had an opportunity to talk to anyone about it in the neighborhood or anybody that appealed or anything like that. But out of my 10 siblings, 7 are alcoholics and have been addicted to drugs at different times of their life. I grew up with them coming back at different times of their rehabilitation, when they haven't or not. And now, granted, so many of them now live full, happy lives with family and responsible contributing members of society. I have nothing against that. It's a needed thing to have. But I also grew up with them coming back, making threats, beating up my parents, breaking into our home, stealing all of our stuff, pawning anything they could find. That's my own siblings that will do that to you. My biggest concern isn't so much my kids. It's the safety of my house and all of our stuff being broken into, and we run our businesses out of there, and my husband has lots of trailers, lots of tools, lots of things in there. We already have cameras, we have different provisions in place, but this is something I grew up with. I know how hard you have to work. I've seen them, I shouldn't say personally, I've not had these things to work through, but seeing personally my family go through these things and still continuing going through these things, siblings, it's a very hard, lifelong process. And I appreciate so much what they're wanting to do. I admire them for doing it. I am 100% not comfortable with it being across the street from my house. I appreciate it. I don't think it should be where it's at, surrounded by single-family homes. And in no way is this not going to affect the value of our homes. We try to list them and to sell them to other people wanting single-family homes to raise their family in that area. There's no way, knowing that there's an addiction facility across the street from us, that is not going to affect the value
and
the desirability. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony tonight. I know some of you felt like you were really nervous, and You know, but I love the opportunity to hear from the public, so I just want to say thank you. Did we miss anyone that had intended to testify? And you only get to testify once. One more. And thank you. Share your name and address as you know.
My name is Zeke Johnson. I live at 206 East Hazel, apartment number 8 in Caldwell, Idaho. And I've had the opportunity, to go through facilities like this as a patient or a client. And for the last 7 to 8 years, work in places like that. And I have seen houses that are way smaller, shovel way more people into it. As I understand it, this has already been approved for the amount of people with the provisions, the safety. It sounds to me like it's just a lot of fear. And I get that. It's uncertainty, it's fear. I've been previously part of a company where I managed 7 of these homes in the Treasure Valley, all which had more people than that in them. For the most part, they are the quietest houses on the block, the most upkeep, nicest houses, and unless somebody tells you, you don't even know that they're there. And they really do change not just those people's lives, but families' lives and communities' lives. It's a ripple effect that affects so many people in the community when just one person changes. So I'm all for it. It's sad to hear everybody wants it for their family or their cousin or their son or daughter until it's in their back door. And that just sounds like fear to me. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, so the next part of our public hearing is the applicant. The original applicant has 5 minutes to provide closing remarks and provide any answers to any questions or anything that has come back. After that, then the appellant has the opportunity to come and also give 5 minutes. And then we'll close the public hearing. Council, if at all possible, let's keep our questions, unless you absolutely have a question for them. We'll keep it from remarks strictly to questions, and then we'll get into our discussion after we close public hearing. Thank you. So go ahead.
I would first of all like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for being here tonight and the members of the public. I said this last time, but I say it again. All of your words matter to us. Every viewpoint matters to us. And when we set out to do this, we did not set out to do this to be a nuisance to the community, to be a burden to the community, to cause problems in that neighborhood. And we have worked very hard to try to figure out solutions to some of the complex problems that this brings. And we're responsive to that. We understand this isn't easy. If addiction was a simple problem to solve, we wouldn't be here tonight. And it's inconvenient. No matter where we go, no matter what we do, it is always going to be inconvenient. And our thought with purchasing this location was it was so similar to the use that it already had for so long that we would be minimizing the impact that we would have on the neighborhood while trying to bring a community resource in. So that's our intention. And I'm sorry that it has a negative impact. One of the things I do want to point out, at the ASAM 2.5 level, this is a medium level of care. So this is not people seeking detox or going through severe mental health issues. And I have this chart here, I kind of like to read it off. So with intoxication or withdrawal risk, at this level it's minimal. Medical complications are manageable. Psych and behavioral complications are mild severity. The readiness for change is cooperative but requires structure. The relapse potential is more symptoms, needs close monitoring. And the recovery environment, less support with structure can cope. So when you look at ASAM 3.5 levels, residential inpatient, that is a much higher level of care, and the burden is much higher. So I'll read actually that too. So intoxication, withdrawal, some risk, medical complications, monitoring required. psych and behavioral complications, moderate to high, readiness for change, high resistance, needs 24-hour motivating, relapse potential, unable to control use in outpatient care, recovery environment, danger to recovery, logistical incapacity for outpatient. And I think that is a stark contrast for the type of environment that we're providing and the type of people that will be inside that home. So if anyone has any questions.
And just clarifying, everything, the last set you just read is not what you are.
Correct, that is a much
wanna make
higher,
sure.
that's residential inpatient.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's higher.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions? Councilman Haverfield?
Just one. Would you classify this building as a behavioral health type care center?
Yes.
Okay, so it's behavior.
Yes.
All right. Well, then my follow-up question is, if you had just an open slate to work off of, do you think the facility is large enough for 16?
Yes.
And what capacity would you make that determination on?
Based off of matching different areas of the building that we needed to our needs for the 2 counselors, the medical doctor, the clinical supervisor, and then also the bedrooms are quite large, and so there's plenty of rooms for the beds. There's adequate storage for the amount of clothing and personal belongings that everyone will need. It really is a nice facility.
How many people are actually in the facility providing care during the evening hours? I mean, is it a rotating number? Are there 2, 5,
There's
along
two-
with 16?
There's 2 overnight, and then during the day, there's a minimum of 4. So.
Okay, so 18 to 22 at any one time. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Appreciate
Madam
it.
Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, this is an opportunity for our appellant to come forward. I believe that's Lori Hayes. Thank you. And Laura, you also have 5 minutes.
Okay. I probably didn't make it clear enough. I work inpatient psych, and a quarter to a half of the patients that I deal with during a 12-hour shift are there due to issues with substance abuse. And I am a patient advocate, and I do everything I can to get them connected and figure out what's going on so that they can move on. Our patients do not discharge to the types of facilities that were described here. Our patients are given resources, and they follow up with their aftercare. In fact, if you're going to get Medicaid funding, you have to follow the Medicaid formula to get the proper assessments and everything in line, and that can take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to even longer for some patients. It's not something that happens in the hospital, in the inpatient psych setting. I do want to clarify that a substance use disorder is the diagnosis that is in the protected ADA class. Just because you use substances doesn't mean you're protected. You have to have a physician, a psychiatrist diagnose you with substance use disorder. There are requirements for square footage in group homes and assisted livings, and that will depend on what kind of certification they get. So I don't know exactly what it will be for this facility, but there are specific, and ALFs and developmentally disabled group homes have slightly different requirements. It was very interesting that I just heard of a whole nother level of care that is not in the application. It was not in the testimony. Today we are told we have a safe and sober living, and we're going to do PHP. Because in the application, it was an addiction treatment group home with the PHP. And then in the testimony at the hearing, let's see if I can find that real quick. Lost my page here. It was going to be more of a treatment center where people would spend the night. And particularly, we were told that it would be a locked facility. There were going to be alarms, that patients would not be able to leave or come and go. They could only leave with staff. They would be followed if they left. that sounds like a lockdown facility. They are not free to come and go. So that was really downplayed today as far as, yes, they can't hold people against their will, but substance use disorder is a disease of relapse. And it often takes 10+ rehab stays or opportunities, depending on the length of those stays, for something to actually hit and fit. We have to be willing to do this over and over again. I'm going to say that a PHP is not a group home. It is an outpatient process. A safe and sober living home is not a group home either. In fact, you don't have to have a group home or a CUP to operate a safe and sober living with 8 or less people. And the whole definition of a safe and sober is right here. Is a recovery residence or transitional living providing a substance-free shelter and supportive environment for individuals in recovery that emphasizes community, camaraderie, and structure. The goal is abstinence while adjusting to real-life situations. And if you're in a building and you can't leave, how are you adjusting to real-life situations? Quickly, I want to cover a couple more things here. Essentially, what they're describing is a definition that she gave. She said, we are not the facility that treats patients that are unable to maintain sobriety in an outpatient setting. That's not what I heard her say. She said, they're going to have to stay in the facility. They are not free to come and go. I would like to say that the planning and zoning does not have a process to ensure continuous use permit applications are appropriate to the criteria of the occupancy type. Planning and zoning appears to rely on the owner to use the honor system in providing services after the CUP is approved, because maybe tomorrow there'll be another service they want to bring in. Any facility that has outpatient services is a clinic. It is not a home. And we require all other facilities that provide outpatient services to be licensed so. So we ask that you...
Madam Mayor, time.
We ask that you deny or overturn the approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our appellant from council? Thank you very much.
Mayor, I
Okay.
have a question for staff.
Okay. Question for staff.
So, thank you.
And we haven't closed a public hearing. I can leave it open for a few minutes in the event a question will come forward.
If that's okay.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
So, reading through the appellant and the notes and hearing comments, CUP in 2023 was approved at this location. That's correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. There was a CUP for an assisted living facility approved.
For an assisted living, 8 beds?
No, it would have been 9+ beds because they wouldn't have needed the CUP for 8 beds. They would have been approved, they're permitted to have up to 8. So they were trying to do 9+ as well.
And that was granted
Yes, it was.
For assisted living.
for assisted living? Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I have some questions for Christy as well.
Yes.
So just for transparency reasons, just so that everybody's on the same page and anybody that's listening, no matter if this were to get approved or denied, as far as this or turnover of the CUP, this is still going to be a home that could allot for 8 patrons to be in this home as a facility, correct? So even if this was denied, this would still move forward with the maximum of 8, correct?
Yes, Councilwoman Jangula, that is true.
Okay, thank you. And then, is there any research or anything that you know of, and maybe, I don't know if maybe the applicants can speak to it, as far as what the threshold is as far as crime or things like that is there a certain number where those numbers spike? Do we know anything like that?
That would be the police department question, and I'm not sure they're prepared to answer that specifically.
Unfortunately, just hold it real quickly. We don't have any discussion like that. Sorry, we can't talk from the, that's okay, you don't know that, but we'll tell you right now. So we don't have any, yeah, thank you. So.
Okay. And then, is there any sort of registry or anything that would need to happen with this home being a group home? I don't like to compare it to sex offenders or anything of that nature, but they would have to, that home would have to be on a registry. Does something like this need to be on a registry in a neighborhood?
So again, they have to get state certification, and they are a registered LLC.
Thank you, Chris.
And the conditional use permit would be public record.
Any other questions from council? Nope. Okay. If there are no questions and you do not have questions of the applicant or the appellant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for council to discuss their thoughts on this application and to discuss the decision.
So Mayor, I have a couple of comments for council to consider. Preparatory to those comments, because of the nature of the issue and the folks who are passionate about it, I don't open up too much on certain issues, but I'm going to let you know I had a brother who in and out of drug issues for a number of years and eventually died from ill health. I experienced the difficulties of the issues that you're trying to deal with. I had a second brother who dealt with alcoholism and got treatment, lived a number of years thereafter, and he eventually put the 45 to his head. I have compassion for the situation. I know the situation. I've personally experienced the situation. I have a disdain for alcohol and drugs. I also have a passion for real estate and compatibility. So the second part of the disclosure is I've built assisted living facilities within our own developments. And I've tried to outline how they can operate within the CCNRs, also within the federal and state local guidelines. The difficulty I have is that we did not put anything in that would not be larger than an 8-bedroom occupancy. We did a 15, and that went to a different zone. We didn't seek doing conditional use with that size. So therefore, from a residential point of view, realizing the type of use, my position is that if the facility is going to operate as has been described by the applicant, then it should stay with a 8-bedroom situation. And I think going to the 16 is an imposition to the neighborhood, even with the desire to help people, etc. And I say that in a kind way, not in an arrogant way, but that would be my position to approve the appeal, and I'll leave that with council thereafter.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Are there any other comments? Councilman Haverfield?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll, following up on what David shared, unfortunately, we do need these type of facilities. We do need this type of care. There are many that are suffering from this illness, so it doesn't go on. It doesn't fall on deaf ears what they're hoping to do. My concern, again, falls back on just the practical nature of the size of the property, the size of the building that they're hoping to accommodate up to 16 to 18 people overnight. In my research as an architect, when I look at average numbers of how much you need to provide in a facility of this type, not only just for the bedrooms, but for detox rooms, for assembly areas for people, a kitchen, dining room, restrooms, all of those things, you should be looking at a facility that's easily 3 times this size for that number of people. So I think at this point, if they're operating out of a 3,100 square foot building and accommodating the 8 effectively, I think that's about I'm okay with that, but going beyond that at this time, the site doesn't. It's only, from what I could see, it's 0.37 acre, it's basically a third of an acre, which is about 16,000 square feet in area. Well, if you were to really accommodate a facility of that many, it should be almost itself the size of the site. So I just can't agree that it should be allowed to have more on it unless they had more property to work with.
Are there any other comments, or is there a motion?
Mayor?
Yes?
I think really it had to be re-echoed after I had asked Christy a question to her. She had said, no, this is why it's before us, it's a land use issue. I think it can't be emphasized enough for everyone that's in here. This issue is not an attack on any individuals or any population of people. I think everyone has a heart for this scenario, and hearing testimonies, it breaks my heart just sitting up here, the hardships that people and their families go through. But this is an issue of land use. And I think that's where it has to focus down. What does the land allow? What does the area allow? Specifically looking at the issues, I just focus in on 2, 4, and 5. And when we come to a motion, whether I make it or another council member, that's where I think we just have a difference of opinion from what was previously approved and the potential motion that might move forward. So I don't have to make that motion, I can, but if anybody else would like to, they may.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you finished? Oh, okay. I agree with Councilman Griffin. To me, this is a land use issue. And when the land use proposal comes forward, how does it cause an effect to the neighbors? That's the established homes already. Does it fit within this neighborhood? However, I don't have a number 3 up there that says deny the issue, deny the proposal. I have 2, deny appeal and approve appeal. That's all I have. Had I seen this before, I believe those facilities are well made for other locations, not in residential. That's where I stand. But also, I'm stuck between deny or appeal, and that's a tough issue for me.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for clarification, I just want to make sure it's clear. To deny the appeal is to approve the CUP for the group home. To approve the appeal is to deny the CUP for the group home.
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm saying that there could have been a 3rd category, deny the project, but there's not. I just wanted to make you clear that that's where I was going.
Mayor?
Okay. Yeah. Councilman Bills?
So clarification back to you, Rodney, that approval of the appeal, the property could continue to operate as an 8-bed facility.
That's correct. Either one of these, they could, yeah.
That could continue, and that doesn't affect. We're not putting somebody out of business per se, or not doing. We're limiting how many occupants within the residence, within the residential zoning.
That's correct, yeah.
Because our current code allows for that.
Correct.
So, and it's currently functioning that way. They were just asking for a CUP to increase.
To go beyond.
To go beyond, correct.
Mayor?
Yes.
For a motion?
Mm-hmm.
I move to approve the appeal of Planning and Zoning's approval of a conditional use permit for a group care home, 9+ beds, in an RS6 zoning district at 819 South Powerline Road for Rihanna Montagnino. Thank you. Rihanna M. Appeal by Shandy Nelson. APL-00021-2024, CUP-00334-2024. Because the project fails to comply with issue number 2, The design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the property and project will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity. I think the jump between 8 to 16 does, in fact, change the intended character of the neighborhood. This building, this space is not intended to house 16 individuals, no matter their classification. 16's too many. Issue number 4, that the proposal use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare to the community. I think it was already explained by multiple members of the real estate community as well as a lender that this could have a huge impact on the economic welfare of people and their home values, something that they depend on. Additionally, Title 67-6531 explained the cap of that, and that was at 8, and that's what's intended for this space as a residential area. When we go beyond 8, it's no longer considered residential, and it has that effect on the economic welfare. And issue number 5, that the proposed use will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, and condition of operation that will be detrimental to any person, property, or general welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors. Once again, it's an issue between 8 and 16. I think this jumps. There's going to be an increase in cars. It had been mentioned from the appellant that in the previous discussion that there was no way to mitigate whether somebody parked their car down the street, down the block, in somebody else's parking lot, in front of their house. There's no means of mitigating that. It also has an increase in noise. When you gather more noise happens, more noise comes from that. I'm not saying it's a loud group by any means, but going from 8 to 16 in a residential area, it becomes to have that increase. And once again, the decrease in home values. Say one more, and so those are my findings, and that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes that public hearing, and I just want to say, you guys, I so appreciate our community and people willing to come forward. It's difficult. Thank you for what you do. Everyone did such a good job of communicating. These are tough decisions, but they're important decisions. And so I just want to say thank you to our public that spend the time, that come, that speak, that share, because we all want to make the best decisions we can in caring for our communities. So thank you so much. Thank you for your testimonies. We are going to take a 5-ish minute break. I know our last public hearing, I so apologize. You're still waiting, but we do need to take a quick break, and we will be back.
I thought it was just me. I know, I was just thinking.
Okay, guys, I think we're ready to get going again. We have a second public hearing this evening. So we are ready to move into 8.2 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from IL-RS to RS 8.5, zoning district at 0 First Street North. This is for Ivan Sandoval. Is Ivan here this evening? Hi. My goodness, feel free to come forward. So you will have 7 minutes. I'll let you say your name again, give us your address, and you'll have 7 minutes to share with us. You don't have to take that long if it's easy. To share with us what you're wanting to accomplish. And as we start, I want to say thank you for your patience. This was a very long night for you to have to wait. So I do.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm Mayra Rojas, and I'm going to be talking for Ivan here. He understands most of what you guys say, but it's easier for me to talk. And we are discussing 0 First Street North.
Okay, and can you share your address? Go ahead and pull that mic close to
Sorry,
you, and then
so
share your address.
Yes, so it's 9576 North Amity in Boise, Idaho.
Thank you, and you're here to represent the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we are looking to just rezone this piece of land to RS 8.5. So he just bought the land and wants to build a residential home on it. And that's pretty much it. That's all we have.
Okay. So he understands that this is an industrial area.
Yes.
Is that it appears?
Yeah, so it has a home in front of it, so it's already residential, but it could be either industrial or residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So do we have any questions for the applicant before we go?
Mayor?
Yes?
So, need to know, because I'm a little confused.
Oops.
So, I turned it off, trying to turn it back on. Thank you. Question is, in trying to study what was presented to us and what's there in the picture, the access to the property, is that from by the railroad tracks, or is that down a drive aisle alongside the existing residence?
Driveway alongside the existing residence.
Okay, and the person you're representing, does he own that
There is an-
residence?
No, he doesn't. So someone else completely owns it, but there is an easement allowing him access to his.
The currently recorded easement?
Yes.
That already allows access to that property?
Yes.
So that was handled during the purchase of the property, confirmation?
Yeah.
Of that? Okay, thank you.
If that's all you want to share at this time, we'll go ahead and have the staff report.
Okay.
And then we'll do the public hearing, and then we'll have you come back for any additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is a rezone from a dual-zoned property that could go either direction, IL or RS. They have chosen RS 8.5 on the lot directly behind 447 First Street North in an effort to build a single-family home. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval on April 23rd, 2024. The RS 8.5 zoning district is a permitted zone in this medium-density residential designation on the future land use map. So this actually would be the preferred direction for this property to go. The surrounding zoning to the north is RML, which is a multifamily zone. To the south is IH, which is the railroad tracks. To the east is the ILRS dual zone, and to the west is the ILRS dual zone. And this is an area that we are trying to clean up. As far as these dual zones, we would like to get rid of them and have them choose one and go with that. So the comprehensive plan outlines goals and strategies for single-family uses. This project proposes a single-family residence on this lot, and also meets the compatibility goals of the comprehensive plan. This will be regulated under Chapter 8, which is the RS zoning district chapter, and outlines all of the requirements for setbacks and other improvements. The engineering division has indicated that the water and sewer systems have adequate capacity to serve this property, and that it is in the 500-year floodplain, and there will be no additional requirements at this time. We received correspondence from the neighbors in the front that are concerned about the access way. There is an easement that is recorded on that property, which I will discuss here in just a minute. And then, of course, the fire department, or the engineering department, which you just stated, they were talking about the floodplain at Indian Creek. And the fire district does not oppose this request, just talks about having a dead end and providing for a turnaround if the driveway is over 150 feet in length. So, there are 3 criteria for determining whether or not zoning is appropriate in any location. This project proposes a zone that is compatible with the comprehensive plan. It proposes uses that are compatible with the surrounding uses. And development of this property is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because it has to make those frontage improvements. It has access to city utilities that are already in the area, and it has convenient access to school and other services. These are the conditions of approval, and these are your motions. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor? Christy, how many other properties are similar to this where we're going to have to go in and change? It's either IL or RS and make that distinction?
Councilman Griffin, I have not counted the number of properties that are right there along the railroad tracks. The majority of them are already developed and existing uses. The only time that we would require this, it would be if they were coming in with a new proposed use and they needed to choose one or the other.
Thank you.
But I don't have that number for you. It's that whole block down there.
Christie, looking at the plat map, it appears that the lot is 50 feet wide. Is that correct?
Councilman Haverfield, I haven't measured it. I don't know the
I'm
dimensions.
just looking at the plat map. It indicates off of First Street North that the lot is 50 feet wide, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that there is proposed 14-foot wide access easement to the back property. That's not there now, or has this plat been, is this a final plat?
This is Councilman Haverfield. There is a record of survey that split this property. With that split, there was a condition that they had to record that access easement, and that has been done. There is an instrument number and a recorded access easement that is 14 feet wide from First Street North, and that was an engineering condition.
Okay, so is the house that's currently on that property within that 14-foot easement?
No, there is enough room to provide for that easement.
Okay, and then there would need to be a T-turn to get back out for fire engine access, or are they planning on just going down and then backing back out?
If it's over 150 feet long, they will require a turnaround of some kind, and that will be determined during the building permit process.
Which it appears it would have to have that since the front lot's 122 feet deep.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious, does the applicant, is he aware of this? Fully aware, and I can ask that later.
No, Mayor, he's fully aware.
Okay.
He's been having conversations with those people in the front house.
For the turnaround that'll need to
Yes.
be?
Oh, yeah, no, and he's aware of that requirement as well.
Okay, good. Council, do you have any questions, additional questions? Okay, thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, we did not have anyone that did an advance sign up.
is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular issue this evening? Seeing no one, this is an opportunity if the applicant, if you have any closing remarks? No closing remarks. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Do you have any questions at all? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearings.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This is an opportunity for council discussion and/or a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the zoning amendment from ILRS to RS 8.5 zoning district at 0 First Street North for Ivan Sandoval and to adopt the proposed findings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
It was a long wait for a very short decision. Oh, my. Thank you. Yeah, we could have. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. And we wish you the best as you develop that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to our new business. And we will go back to item 7.4 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a task order with Jacobs Engineering for the EPA lead service line replacement plan, Idaho DEQ permit support, and Phase 1 water conservation plan in the amount of $199,822. This was a standard agreement approved by legal, approved in the FY24 budget. And would you like Jeff to make comments, or do we have questions?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded?
One question.
Okay.
Is it EPA lead service line or lead service line?
It's lead. I said lead.
Okay. I'm trying to pull it. Make it.
Hey,
I just need clarification. That's why we're replacing the.
It is a lead service. Excuse me. Thank you for catching that.
No,
Thank you.
I know that wasn't, it's just clarifications.
Jeff got some exercise, though. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion or questions? Roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
You guys just need to keep me straight here. Okay, 7.5. This is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the 6 Mile Engineering Supplement Number 1 to include bridge design services for Mason Creek crossings near the intersection of Northside Boulevard and Ustick Road in the amount of $157,361. The reason this is on new business is because it does require a budget amendment.
So the question is, how are we handling the budget amendment? Where the funds are?
The funding is there, and this particular funding is coming from, it's coming from the streets fund,
Fund balance, yes.
the fund balance.
Right.
So the funding is there, it's just that we won't be doing the budget amendment until probably September, late August or September.
So it would be August, right.
August, okay.
So just for clarity for those who haven't been through this before, and if a budget will exceed the budget, if a cost will exceed budgetary authority, we can do an amendment if council approves it anytime during the current fiscal year. So you could approve an expense tonight, and as long as the budget amendment is approved by the end of the year, it's legally permissible to do so. But right, in this case, most of these are coming from fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
And Doug, I apologize because I actually was supposed to defer to Doug so he could explain this, because we have several this evening that require a budget amendment. And the funding source in the packet, I believe, is identified on all of them.
Yes.
It has been discussed. And so when you approve this, you're actually approving in advance the use of these funds, and it will be brought forward in a budget amendment. So any further, Randy, did you have a question or
Yeah, I
comment?
was just wondering, at the end of the evening with these others, do we have, I guess the funding's already there, so we're not
Yep.
having to worry about.
It's just
coming up with something.
primarily coming out of fund balance. But if you're wondering why we're having these come forward now, and we just did a budget amendment, our approach this year was to try and limit the budget amendment early so we didn't over budget and create an excess of budgeting that would then maybe get rolled over to the next year.
That's
So
my
I-
concern.
yeah.
It's just, keeping track of what all we've put together, so.
We start tracking these probably tomorrow morning, the new ones that have come in. So we build the file automatically, so we could tell you at any given time what the cumulative effect of an amendment would be.
Thank you.
And that's why we have the new codes associated with them, so that they're easy for us to track every single project.
Madam Mayor, I would clarify, these are street impact fees, not street fund balance.
Thank you. Impact fee balance. Okay. Thank you. Daniel, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I believe we had a motion and we did not have a motion. Okay.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.6 is an action item. It's to approve the allocation of additional funding for LTEC's bid award to the approved low bidder for the Franklin and Karcher Roundabout project in the amount not to exceed $950,000. This will require a budget amendment. We do have our code attached, and we used a standard bid form.
So I need a clarification.
Okay?
So 7.6, this isn't an engineering contract, this is a physical work contract.
This is physical construction, this is not design work, so this is a grant project. In the write-up, it gives the breakdown of what our city dollars are versus the federal dollars. So we have 3.6 million in the grant funding, and with the additional needed 945,000, we have the city funding comes to a total of 2.6 million, all from impact fees.
Okay. And is there one bidder or multiple bidders on this?
This one, let me go back and look. This one was actually bid through LTAC. There were 3 bidders, if I remember correctly.
Crystal, would you like to speak to this? Daniel, you can, but I know Crystal mentioned it to me this morning, so I'll let Crystal go ahead and answer this one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Bells, there were 3 bidders on this. ITD does a low bid process. Bidders 1 and 3 were deemed irregular, so they are moving through the process. What we asked for a not to exceed amount was for bidder number 2, knowing that it needs to get ITD approval to move forward. And then whether bidder 1 or bidder 2 ends up getting the contract, we will be covered. There was about $900 difference between bidder 1 and bidder 2.
Okay, that helps. There's another one coming, though, that has single.
Okay, so we'll deal with that one next. So
Right.
you guys can just stay there.
I'm mixing, I'm sorry.
Okay?
So,
Any other questions on this one?
No.
Did we have a motion on this?
No.
Okay,
So moved.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Reluctantly, yes.
Griffin.
Passionately, yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Roundabout.
It's that roundabout thing. Yeah. Okay, 7.7 is an action item, and this is to award the project and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with La Riviere, Inc. for the Franklin Boulevard Waterline Upgrade Project in the amount of $1,900,836, time and material not to exceed. It is approved in the FY24 budget.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question on this for Daniel. This is the one we're talking about with the one bidder.
Correct.
You probably knew this was coming, huh? Sorry.
So the bid came in around $200,000 under the engineer's estimate for the project. And yes, there was a single bidder on this project.
So I'm just trying to figure out why we only got one bidder on a $1.9 million job. It's a nice job. And I was just wondering if it had to do with the way that the RFQ or RFP was written. Was it?
This was a
tough?
standard bid process.
Okay.
There was no different than our typical bids. We had the design construction documents done. We put it out for bid. We only received one bidder. We have reviewed the bid along with our consultant. Do not see anything irregular. It did come in under the engineer's estimate, and both our consultant and engineering would recommend approval.
So excuse me, Mayor, a question?
Yes.
So T&M not to exceed, and if you're the single bidder,
So no, it's not a
Likely-
T&M not to exceed. It's bid items. It's a bid schedule that they have identified each of the bid items.
It does say time and material not to exceed.
So there was an item on the consent agenda for authorization of a task order for the construction inspection, and that is T&M not to exceed. We are talking about the actual construction now. That is the actual bid items per the schedule construction. It's not a T&M not to exceed contract. The consultant inspection is T&M not to exceed.
I understood the consultant earlier.
Right.
I thought about asking it to come for discussion. It's the T&M on this one, so that would be,
So this is a.
that's a type error.
It's an error,
To list
because it's
that.
noted in the
Yes,
agenda.
Yes, that is an error that I missed as I reviewed that item. It is not a T&M not to exceed contract. That is the contract amount.
Okay, that's the reason for the clarification.
Yep, not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
I'm going to Dale's point, there was an item in our consent, item 16D, that had only one bidder as well. And that's why I asked the questions, and the answer was yes, it was 200,000 underneath the estimate. So the one bidder was okay to me. If it had been over that, then I would have said let's rebid.
Yep, thank you. So is there a motion on this one?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? And that motion with the clarity that it is not a TN, time and materials not to exceed.
Correct.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.8, another action item is authorizing the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for the pressure zone 1 creation project. This has funding that's rolled over from the FY23 budget and will be included later in the FY24 budget amendment.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.9 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a task order with Jacobs Engineering for design services for the Karcher constructed Wetlands Indian Creek City Pathway and environmental permitting project in the amount of $1,299,999.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Question.
Yes?
Tom, did you have your visit with Hubert or Larry today? Can you elaborate on that? I know all of council received an email. It's part of public record, so we can you don't have to go back through the questions. I just want to hear the answers to those.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Griffin, yes, we met with Hubert, and you should find in your email an answer or a point to every single comment that was made. There was some questions about water rights, which is things we're working out with the irrigation districts. We believe we've got some mitigation water. We don't think it's in the same scenario as they were thinking for several years back with Indian Creek in a particular downstream irrigation district. Yeah, you can see Larry Olmsted's comment. He said he was satisfied with what Jeff's and I meeting with him at 4:30 today, and yeah, he's looking forward to the project and said he supported it. So I believe we answered everything. It's all in your email there. Okay.
Thank you, Tom. Just for the record, Tom or Jeff, could you send that email to the clerk to add it to the record so that we have it?
I'll
I
do
didn't
that
think
right
of that
now.
today.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your responsiveness also,
Sir.
both of you. Okay, so I believe there was a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
710 is an action item, and this is to award a project and to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Lucent Construction for the 11th Avenue North and Cherry Lane Irrigation Mainline Project in the amount of $699,978.
So moved. Well, second.
It's been moved and seconded, and a reminder that this does require a budget amendment. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
711 is an action item. We will be reading an ordinance. This is the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of summary ordinance expanding the boundaries of the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District of the City of Nampa by inclusion of real properties contained in Exhibit A. After the reading of the ordinance, it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation districts into the Municipal Irrigation District of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
712 on the agenda is another action item, and it is the to accept the City of Nampa, Canyon County canvassed election results for the May 21, 2024 elections.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we have two unfinished business items, and these will be, the first one, 9.1, is the first reading of ordinance and approval of the publication of ordinance summary for the Nampa City Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment to change the residential mixed use, community mixed use, and medium density residential designations to high density residential, commercial, and industrial designations in the area north of the railroad tracks, south of I-84, east of Northside Boulevard, and west of the railroad tracks, and Nampa City Code Text Amendment to make changes to Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 8, Chapter 11 and 12, Chapter 13, 15, 16, 19, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31, 33, and 34, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, amending certain chapters, including amending the residential mixed-use, community mixed-use, and medium-density residential designations to high-density residential, commercial, and industrial designations in the area north of the railroad tracks, south of I-84, east of Northside Boulevard, and west of the railroad tracks. Amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Napa City Code, removing references to guest houses, changing bonding language, and revising definitions for building structure height. Adding Figure 9 regarding building structure height. Amending Title 10, Chapter 2 to clarify zoning map criteria and time limits on changes to the comprehensive plan. Amending Title 10, Chapter 3 to clarify regulations relating to dual zone properties, ambiguous uses, commercial daycares, mobile manufactured home and RV sales, and removing nursing homes from the DH zone permitted uses. Amending Title 10, Chapter 8 to remove unnecessary references. Amending Title 10, Chapter 15 to add fencing language for commercial uses. Amending Title 10, Chapter 16 to clarify building and parking setback regulations. Amending Title 10, Chapter 19 to clarify height limitations. Amending Title 10, Chapter 22 to clarify regulations regarding landscaping and parking. Amending Title 10, Chapter 24 to clarify variance permit regulations and parking regulations. Amending Title 10, Chapter 25 regarding conditional use permit requirements and define effective dates of permits. Amending Title 10, Chapter 26 to clarify the numbering for density and lot size. Amending Title 10, Chapter 27, to add and clarify requirements for cemeteries and columbariums, and to change the required landscape buffer width requirements. Amending Title 10, Chapter 31, to add the Midland Corridor Study section. Amending Title 10, Chapter 33, to define xeriscape and to add specific zoning regulations. Amending Title 10, Chapter 34, to clarify the reference to wing wall fencing, providing for severability, providing a savings clause, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Would there be a motion to pass this under suspension of rules?
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for a development agreement modification to ordinance number 3683, a master plan community for a mixed-use development with commercial, single-family detached and attached residential uses. Zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to 2.76 acres of BC, 25.57 acres of RML, 19.3 acres of RS4, and 26.3 acres of RS6 zoning districts. Subdivision preliminary plat for Haltom Heritage Subdivision on 3 parcels and addressed at 0 Prescott Lane, 7825 East Elm Lane, and 7851 East Elm Lane, totaling 73.93 acres for Trilogy Development, Sean Brownlee. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules, sorry.
So I just need a double check question. Daniel, I was looking at it on the screen, and it appeared the road, and it says here, the road, Linden's going all the way through and not the half stop that was originally proposed.
Correct.
But it was getting pretty small to see, so.
Correct.
I just wanted that verification. I know it's written here, extended to, but, okay. So I'd make a motion to approve.
She'll have to read it now.
Gosh, I thought you just read it. I thought you were taking turns.
I only read the bold stuff. She has to read the whole thing. Yeah.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that a modification to the development agreement pertaining to ordinance 3683 is approved and hereinafter made. An approval of a master planned community for a mixed-use development with commercial, single-family detached, and attached residential uses is approved. And zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 single-family residential to 2.76 acres of BC community business, 25.57 acres of RML limited multiple-family residential, 19.3 acres of RS4 single-family residential, and 26.3 acres of RS6 single-family residential zoning districts is made. And subdivision preliminary plat for Haltom Heritage Subdivision on 3 parcels, R34227, R34227-012, and R3-43700, and commonly addressed as 0 Prescott Lane, 7825 East Elm Lane, and 7851 East Elm Lane, comprising approximately 71.40 acres, more or less, be rezoned as described herein, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below, determining that said modification to the development agreement, approval of the master planned community, and rezoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, and make other needed modifications as specified herein, providing for recordation, subject to the terms of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
There is no executive session, and so I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Thank you.